Welcome to the last day of Ital-IA 2023. Here in Pisa, and following this session through the streaming, we have the Italian community of artificial intelligence. Part of this community has been affected by floods that hit Emilia-Romagna in recent days. For this reason, we, all the organizers, the speakers, and the attendees, stand with all the people affected and send our condolences to the families who have lost loved ones. Ital-IA 2023 is the third national conference on artificial intelligence of the Artificial Intelligence and Intelligent Systems Laboratory of CINI, which is the National Interuniversity Consortium for Informatics. I am Fabrizio Falchi, co-chair of this conference together with Fosca Giannotti and Anna Monreale, who will chair two of the following sessions. This is the opening session. We'll have welcoming speeches from various institutions that will help to start the discussion. The first speaker to which I give the floor is the director of the Institute of Information Science and Technologies, FAEDO, of the Consiglio Nazionale delle Ricerche that is hosting this conference. So I leave the floor to Director Roberto Scopigna.
Thanks, Fabrizio. Dear esteemed colleagues, it's my great pleasure to welcome you and open Ital-IA, Italian Intelligenza Artificiale 2023 event. After 2 days of intense work with many workshops touching all topics in AI, both foundational and applied, we now open the main plenary event. This conference, as Fabrizio already mentioned, follows two very successful conferences held in 2019 and 2022, which from the very beginning offered a common space to advance knowledge on AI and to foster interaction between public institutions, industries, and research. This edition is hosted by CNR in the Pisa Research Campus. I am the director of ISTI, Institute on Computer Science and Technology, but the CNR campus hosts also the Institute of Informatics and Telematics, led by Marco Conti, and the Institute on Computational Linguistics, led by Simonetta Montemagni. CNR counts on around 500 people working on computer science in Pisa, which is the bigger CNR pool in this discipline nationwide. AI is among the main research topics here, covering both foundational topics and many application domains. Among these activities, let me just mention the PNRR Extended Partnership Project FAIR, Future Artificial Intelligence Research, led by my colleagues Pino De Pietro and Marco Conti, and the So Big Data Research Infrastructure. Therefore, we share with you a deep interest on AI topics and the willingness to advance this domain towards an effective, trustworthy, and explainable AI. I would thank you for attending this event and bringing in Pisa an excellent portfolio of knowledge and experiences. I wish you a stimulating and enlightening conference. Thank you.
Thanks again. As mentioned before, Ital-IA is the annual national conference of the National Interuniversity Consortium Informatics CINI. For this reason, I ask the president of CINI to come to the podium. Please, President Ernesto Damiani, thank you for coming.
Thank you very much. Really, it's a really great pleasure for me to be here this morning. Well, you know that our consortium is a consortium that recently has a sort of reached the threshold of 50 universities. So we have all the public universities in Italy that do research in all the areas of computer science, computer technology. They are part of our consortium. And we try to deliver, of course, with a strong relationship with CNR as well. So some of the CNR researchers are part of the CINI structure in different governance positions. So what we try to do is to provide an inter-university level, which is in addition and in collaboration with what the individual universities can do. So sometimes it is needed to put together teams to do operations that involve multiple universities at the same time. And normally it is done by subject. So we have decided to do this in a permanent structural way. And the structures are the national labs. And well, today we are at a meeting where one of these national labs, one of the most important ones, the one on artificial intelligence, has organized this conference, and the director of that lab will speak just after me. So what I want to say is that we tried to create a structure. And this structure is by subject and puts together the best that the Italian academia can offer in terms of research, doing research, but also discussing research with the other interlocutors in the scene, including the government agencies, the public administration. Part of this discussion, this content, are the national events of our national labs. And this is one, the artificial intelligence, you know how important it is. I don't have to mention that. It will be mentioned many times in the follow-up of this meeting. But anyway, the Italian National Lab is here with an event where I see most of the energies represented. So I would like to thank, on behalf of the consortium, on behalf of the universities, the organization of the conference, and everybody this morning. Thank you again for being here.
Thank you very much. So this conference in particular is organized by the Laboratory of Artificial Intelligence, Intelligent Systems of CINI. We have here with us Director Daniele Nardi, that I ask to come to the podium. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, authorities, it's a pleasure to see you here. This is the main event of our lab, and the labs are in fact networks. And for the network, the most important thing is to meet, and this is the annual meet. And therefore, I'm particularly pleased to have you here. Let me start my few words by thanking the group in Pisa and Fosca Giannotti, Anna Monreale, and last but not the least, Fabrizio Falchi. They have done a wonderful job in organizing this event. It's been a pleasure for me to attend it, and I hope the same for everyone else in the room. And I also want to thank CNR for hosting the event, and the administration of CINI for helping us handling all the administrative issues that one needs to address in order to make these events possible. I also want to thank our sponsors. In particular, I want to mention Alma Wave and Digitiamo, our platinum sponsors, Leonardo and Lutec, our gold sponsors, and Bracco, our silver sponsor. Let me now say a few words about our laboratory. Since Ital-IA in 2019, we are structuring the event in terms of a series of workshops that are arranged along the main application areas concerning AI. So we had a series of 8 workshops. I'm not going to list all of them. Very well attended. This is a perspective that I think fits very well the purpose of this network of AI research, because not only we want to address basic research, but we really would like to have an impact on our society, and therefore how to apply, for example, AI to medicine, or how to apply it to the public administration, just to mention 2 relevant cases that have been following more closely during the program. And in addition to this, I would like to address in particular the fact that we are going towards times where AI will take a bigger and bigger role. And I think CINI's role would be to represent the technical side of the discussion that is going to address the regulation of AI. And therefore, this is becoming one of our main priorities. And anyone who is interested to contribute to this, please refer to us. For all our activities, or most of our activities, are on a volunteer basis, and therefore help is always needed, and technical support. And I want to say a final word of to mention, but it's not a simple mention. I think for us it's an important achievement, the collaboration with FAIR, our partnership in artificial intelligence. We've been hosting together with the workshops also a session which was dedicated to FAIR. I think this collaboration between our laboratory, our network, and the project has been going on since the very beginning, and I am hoping and expecting that this will go on also in the future for the duration of the project and beyond. With this, I thank you all very much for attending the event and wish you enjoy as much as I do. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Many thanks. Pisa is a very peculiar city, probably you already know, in terms of universities and research institutions. At the center of this research community, there is the University of Pisa, from which all started many centuries ago. So, for this reason, I give the floor to Prorettore Vicario of the University of Pisa, Giuseppe Iannacone. Thank you very much for being with us.
So I'm happy to see so many practitioners of AI in this auditorium, and really happy to say a few words on behalf of the University of Pisa. I must say that in general, AI research is progressively attracting more and more researchers from the initial seed of hardcore AI researchers to a broader set of researchers that are joining the community as AI is growing and are tackling the new challenges that AI is posing as it grows in impact, importance, and in its effects on society. I would like to mention the fact that actually the University of Pisa is involved in several national and international, mostly European activities on the three angles from which the university can give a contribution to AI. First of all, from the angle of research, which is the one that is mostly interesting from the point of view of this conference. I would like to mention the fact that the University of Pisa is very actively involved in the extended partnership on AI that is called FAIR, that is funded from resources from the Recovery and Resilience program of the European Union, but is also very present in a few networks of excellence at the European level, such as Taylor on trustworthy AI and Humane AI on human-centered AI. In addition to that, most importantly, we observe the participation of groups from the University of Pisa to many consortium programs in Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 of Horizon 2020 and of Horizon Europe. Sometimes, in a few cases, I would say, as also coordinators, for example, of a few Pathfinder projects in Pillar 1 of the European Innovation Council. And let's say, I hope this type of presence can grow in the many different aspects in which AI needs to grow, both in, let's say, algorithms and architectures, in basic technology, in basic infrastructure, and also in let's say, the particular coupling between AI methods and technologies and real-world applications. But also, as a university, we are very active from the education angle. This is probably our main job, the first mission, as we sometimes call it. And from that point of view, I like to mention the fact that the University of Pisa is coordinating the national PhD program in artificial intelligence that started in COVID times, but actually is continuing and will continue in the future, and is also present with a significant strength at the national level with two-year full-time master level degrees in AI-related topics, one in the computer science department and one in the information engineering department. And these are important also for the aspect of research, because of course you need to have a supply of young, brilliant and prepared minds to also tackle the problems of AI. There's also the last angle that I would like to mention, that is the business angle. And this also deserves to be addressed and tackled. What we observe from our point of view at the University of Pisa is growing participation of research groups in the university in technology transfer projects with companies. And also we're starting to see the preparation of seeds for new spin-offs in the field. So this is just to say that when we look at AI from our point of view, we really look at these three angles. These three angles have to grow in parallel. And I think this, let's say, chances, these events like the one in which we are today are really important to, let's say, foster and join together the Pisa community, let it interact with the rest of the Italian community and beyond, to continue in our efforts. At least say, I know that this day comes at the end instead of at the beginning of a conference, so I hope you had a productive conference, and I hope that also this day will be useful and productive for all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Here in Pisa, we don't only have the University of Pisa, but there are 3 universities. It's an honor for us to have here with us the Director of Scuola Normale Superiore, Luigi Ambrosio, and I kindly ask you to come to the podium. Thank you very much.
So good morning to everyone, and of course a lot has already been said on the relevance of artificial intelligence, so let me just tell you a little about how the Scuola Normale has been involved recently in these and similar activities. Well, first of all, we are proud that for the collaboration we gave to the birth of a doctoral program in data science, which we initially hosted at the Scuola Normale for 2 rounds, and then it evolved really into the national program led by Pisa University, which has just been mentioned by my colleague. Well, at the faculty level, also we took the decision 2 years ago to open to computer science, also because many of our students are very much interested in this area, also students from mathematics, physics, you know, some barriers are getting, between disciplines are getting thinner and thinner, so we decided to open to computer science, and so we are very happy for the hiring of Fosca Giannotti. As you know, in the Scuola Normale, we cover mostly fundamental disciplines, so for instance, recently we had an important funding in the areas of quantum information, quantum communications, which do have a connection, of course, with computing, artificial intelligence. And as you know, this kind of interface between fundamental applied research is getting thinner and thinner, also if you look to the time variable. And so I think it is important for us, for the Scuola Normale, to keep an eye on all these aspects. So this is from the point of view of my institution, so I hope you will enjoy the last day of this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Ital-IA had 7 parallel sessions for 3, the first day and the second day. And this was only possible thanks to the collaboration with Scuola Superiore Sant'Anna, that is here in the research area of CNR, and in particular with the Telecommunication, Computer Engineering and Photonics Institute. I personally thank the coordinator of the research area on cyber-physical systems, Tommaso Cucinotta, to which I give the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Fabrizio, for the introduction, and welcome everybody. So I'm Tommaso Cucinotta from the TECIP Institute, part of the cyber-physical systems area, and coordinating this area, which is built by 2 main poles, which is the real-time systems laboratory and a lab of, let's say, control of industrial processes, so let's say applications of technology to industry processes. So in this context, we, as a Scuola Superiore Sant'Anna, have a lot of activities on artificial intelligence and applying, especially applied research of artificial intelligence techniques to a number of different contexts. So industrial engineering, processes control, quality control in industrial processes, but not only, also computer vision with other labs from other institutes of the Scuola. If we consider the PERCO lab, the activities of the PERCO lab within the Mechanical Intelligence Institute, for example, if we consider AI applied to medicine and biorobotics, that is being investigated mostly by the Institute of Biorobotics in Ponte Terra. And this, let's say, baseline of activities on AI that's been going on for a number of years, I'm very happy to say that they've been it's been a great pleasure for us to join this program in this event about artificial intelligence, and also I think this is also consolidating our participation in this event is consolidating the interactions we had with other research institutions in the Pisa area, including Scuola Normale, University of Pisa, CNR, but also IMT Lucca, with the data science programs, which Luigi Ambrosio just mentioned, and also the PhD in artificial intelligence, in which we are involved. So thanks again, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the event. Thank you.
Many thanks. Now we have a talk from remote because we have the opportunity to talk with the Director of Artificial Intelligence and Digital Industry within DG Connect, Communications, Networks, Content and Technology at the European Commission. Let's see if the connection is working. So welcome, Director Lucilla Scioli. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me and you can see me as well. I don't know, but
it's fine.
I'm very sorry. Thank you. I'm sorry that I cannot be there with you, but I really wanted to participate to this event. I think it's very, very important that Italy pays, and the researchers that are studying in Italy and are working in Italy are paying a lot of attention to the promises of artificial intelligence. And I only wanted to remind from the side of the European Union and European Commission that artificial intelligence is one of the main political priorities. So we want to make sure in Europe that we are supporting the development of artificial intelligence, that we are supporting research in artificial intelligence, and many projects that we actually support. I mean, there is quite an important participation, of course, from the Italian side also to the European projects. Some of them have been recalled by previous speaker, and this is very, very important. And that we are also, of course, as you know, looking at the trust side of artificial intelligence and making sure that artificial intelligence that is made in Europe is actually responsible, and human-centric. And so we are also looking at the promises of research in this particular area. How can we make artificial intelligence systems by design responsible and also in a way compliant with the forthcoming Artificial Intelligence Act. This is an act that we propose as the European Commission exactly because we noticed that the uptake of AI was not very high in Europe, mostly because people tend not to trust it. And so we think that if we can have an artificial intelligence we can trust, we can also enhance the use of the technology. And I know that today, and probably you did already this in the past days, you will be speaking about the large models of artificial intelligence. And I want to remind the fact that for Europe, it's very much a matter of technological sovereignty to be able to develop these models also in the European Union and not having always to rely on what is developed in the United States or in China. And this is, so this is something that I hope that the researchers and the companies can take very seriously, because we need to have large models that are made in the European Union, respectful of our values, and also ready to support the further fine-tuning that startups and SMEs can make of these models. So I think you can keep these elements in mind in the discussions you have. And I just, as a last point, to take the opportunity to thank the universities in Pisa, generally speaking, for the work they do to try to bring more talent and more competencies to this field. I'm glad to hear about the thinning between different faculties and different areas. I hope this can happen even further because, of course, AI teams should be interdisciplinary, and we need to find many more talented young people working in this area. So I wish you all the best for today, and please do keep in mind the European dimension and the values that characterize the European Union and how this should be reflected in the developments in AI. Thank you very much and have a very good day.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Director. So last but not least, we have from the Technical Secretariat of the Ministry of University and Research, so our home for people working on research, academic, CNR, Francesca Galli. I ask you to come to the podium. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Buongiorno a tutti. I'm here, first of all, to represent the ministry, and I have to thank, on behalf of the minister herself, who would have loved to be here, the inviters. So thank you very much to CINI. Thank you for hosting us here. Thank you to the CNR for hosting in this venue. And thank you to the coordinators of the FAIR project, which is something we really are looking closely at to see what's developing in this area. Why is that? We are most happy to be here, not only actually to talk to you about what we are doing, but mostly because we would like to know what is going on in the area. So what is developing and what your contribution, both as Italians and non-Italians, as academics and non-academics, can give us and can nourish our strategy and our priority. A priority which is not only for the ministry and the ministry itself, but also for the country as a whole, in order to develop really this area of critical technologies, microelectronics, artificial intelligence, and robotics, which is something we are, I promise, working a lot on at the moment. What is that we are doing, and why is that we are doing that? Lucilla Scioli was just talking about priorities at the EU level. So what is very important for us is, of course, what is happening at the level of the EU Chips Act in terms of developing microelectronics, and in both from a research perspective and the development of companies at the Italian level. So we are closely working on that. both with the Minister of the MIMIT, the so-called MIMIT, so the Made in Italy Minister, so the former Ministry of Development, of Economics Development, and as well as our Economy Ministry. And on the other side, so the CHIPS Act is actually both, is looking, of course, at the development in informatics and that area. And then we have the Net Zero Industry Act, which is developing more and more in the areas of sustainability. And that, what is happening at the EU level, is actually very important for us because of the promotion of competences and technology within the area of both research and education in Italy. What is something we are looking at is also due to the fact that, as you know better than I do probably, with GPT and all the technologies coming from that area, what is actually more and more in discussion at the moment and into question at the moment is the way in which we teach, and you guys teach more than I do. I used to, but I don't anymore. So the way in which we teach is actually, and we do exams and all that, is actually put into question more and more. So that is something we at the ministry are thinking about. We would also like to know what this area will bring. So I was mentioning, let's go to the concrete initiatives that we're doing, and I promise I won't take too much of your time, but it's very important to us to let you know what we are doing. In the area of microelectronics, we do have actually a task force now on semiconductors, together with MIMIT, so Ministry of Development, and the Ministry of Economic and Finance. And in this area of semiconductors, we are putting together researchers, professors, and so forth, both coming from university and research centers, and also people coming from businesses, companies, old-style companies, let's say, and startups as well as people coming from venture capital and so forth, which are always useful to bring money to the issue. And then in the context of the European Innovation Agenda, we have a number of initiatives which are actually pivotal for the development of what is happening. In the enforcement of the Recovery Fund program, we specifically are promoting the PhDs that are actually trying to bring together the word of university research and innovation with the word of companies and startups. So some of you were already mentioning these innovative PhDs, which are meant actually to also give a future to our researchers, who are not necessarily going to feed the academic environment, which is already quite full of people, but we would like researchers, as it happens elsewhere in the world, to also nourish the private sector and bring to the private sector what they have learned. So the ministry is promoting very much this kind of measure which is actually giving the possibility to companies also to tell universities and research centers what they would like researchers to focus on and to research about. And this is something which is in the area of knowledge valorization, technology transfer, as we used to call it. We are trying to bring also to the ministry a broader idea of knowledge valorization, which will touch domains which go beyond the, let's say, more traditional technology transfer issue. We were talking about the EU level, so not only Recovery Fund money, but also European Innovation Council money. That is something also which is going to be more and more promoted at the ministry level. I actually represent the ministry also in the Strategic Program Committee, and we're trying to scout and promote and support all the initiatives in Italy of companies and startups which would like to be funded by the European Innovation Council. That, as you know, and again, this is very relevant for you and for your communities of reference, is focusing on deep tech, cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, key value chains of the digital and green transition. What next? Skills mismatch. So we need to work on upskilling and reskilling. We are doing lots of work here, both with the Ministry of Development, Economic Development, and with the Ministry of Education to try to develop both transversal skills, entrepreneurial activities, and diversified careers into a sort of also intersectoral approach, which are not something we're not very good at in Italy, to be intersectoral, interdisciplinary, and I was very happy to hear that this is happening here in Pisa more and more, as well as elsewhere. STEM, so for those of you who are not Italians, STEM is everything which is actually more and more into the area of hard sciences. So trying to support students who want to engage in STEM. We were talking about last night, not only at the university level, but already when they, if and where they want to do it at the high school level. And girls in STEM, not because I'm a girl myself, at least inside, but we are really trying to make sure that also women are trying to find their path in STEM, and as well as in businesses related to that afterward. This is all meant to develop the so-called culture of innovation in Italy. It's something we really believe in, not because it's a nice concept to put on a paper, but because we do need to develop this culture of innovation and think about the future and bring the country to the future. That is something we are also sometimes reluctant to do, but we need to invest into that if we don't want to lay behind. Finally, last but not least, as we said, this is all trying to fit in our strategy for the internationalization of the country, and it's of the research centers, of trying to bring talents from abroad, trying to make sure the talents we have abroad as Italians or not, but who have, for example, studied in Italy, don't go abroad because they find better salaries or better infrastructures and all that and so forth, but actually are looking forward to come back. And they look forward to come back not because we are a pizza country, but because that we actually offer very nice research infrastructures, which I think we do offer, but we're not very good at advertising them. So we are going to also, as a ministry, to look at that. On all this, very important for us is our collaboration with you guys. I was thinking last night and talking last night about with Rita Chiara, who I don't know if she's here yet, but something we can do together. We are working a lot in the ministry on data. We are trying to make sure that actually our policies are nowadays supported by data, in the sense of trying to make sure that at least research and university teaching policy are not simply brought along by what happens in the media, and making sure that we do some research. So our research on data would be usefully supported by what you guys do, so we really look at talents also to feed our efforts in the public administration. And finally, thank you very much to the CNR for what they do in support of our work in very many domains. It's precious for us. We don't often say it, but we are very happy to have you guys on the side or on our side, as we may say, if I may say that, even if it sounds quite patronizing of me. Finally, thanks again. I'm here to listen. I will be very happy. I wasn't able to come yesterday, and that was a pity, but I look forward to learn more from you what has happened and what you guys have been discussing. For us as ministry, it is mostly important to have a research community and a teaching community of reference we can keep discussing with. We are not very good at listening at times, but we are trying to become more and more prone to do so, so at least rely on me and talk to us and be critical. We like criticism because we want to make things different and better. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Just a few slides about the program of today and the conference. So first, yeah, I am an engineer, I always start from numbers, sorry. We had 400 attendees, more than 600 authors, and 167 accepted the papers, and 110 will be published on several workshop proceedings. The organization was as follows. We have 10 thematic workshops, and I'm glad to say with respect to what Francesca Galli was saying, that this year we had a special workshop on AI and education, because this is increasing in relevance. And the rest was as always, as the last two annual conference of Italia, where industry, health and well-being, public administration, finance and commerce, cybersecurity, sustainability, trustworthy and responsible AI, media and games, and also we had a presentation and discussion about the AI Technology Center. We also have yesterday 7 workshops organized by the transversal projects of the FAIR partnership, and were related to adjustable autonomy and physical embodied intelligence, data-centric AI, frontiers of machine learning related to lifelong learning, other science for machine learning, and the learning and the reasoning for from individual to communities to society, a legal ethical design of trustworthy AI system, and vision, language, and multimodal challenges. These are some photos. These workshops were very productive, and in the afternoon today we will have a presentation of the outcomes of this workshop from Chiara Boldrini and Salvatore Rizzivillo will give you a summary. So I also would like to thank, already we have talked a lot about CINI, Consiglio Nazionale Ricerche, the Laboratorio IS, the FAIR partnership. I also would like to mention the projects that are supporting this conference, which is Human AI, so Big Data, Tailor, and Explainable AI. We have the sponsors that we thank, which is Digitiamo, Alma Wave, the platinum sponsor, the gold sponsor, Leonardo Lutek, and the silver sponsor, Bracco. I would like to thank very much all the people from the organization, the workshop chairs, the FAIR Transversal Project workshop chairs, the steering committee, and many more CNR staff that are working now, the student volunteers, the staff at the TECIP Institute of Sant'Anna, and the FLAE20, which is the company managing all the organization. So, the program of today. This was the opening. The next session is the FAIR Partnership and the Alan Turing Institute, a dialogue. Then we will have a coffee break, which is both on the right and upstairs. You will find indication about this. Then at 11 we will have due diligence in AI, the path towards the AI Act into force. At 12, chatting with ChatGPT-4. Then in the afternoon we will have an AI uptake in Italy, numbers from the AI Observatory and success stories. The next session will be EU AI Act, new requirements for developers of foundations models. And then we will have, as I mentioned, a summary from the workshop. Thank you for being here, and I hope you will have a nice conference. Thank you so much.
Okay, so while Chiara is preparing all the technical part, I will introduce our guest of this panel. So it's essentially a dialogue among two important initiatives for the AI research. So we'll have Alan Turing Institute, which is represented by Alain Serkomka. Did I? And so she's a director of the international, Turing International issues, and then also associate director for the AI for Science and Government. If I understand well, with one hat you are following projects on AI uptake in the public sector, and including health and what else, and also taking care of the interactions of Alan Turing Institute and the research collaboration with other international partnership, and that's why you're here. So let me say something about also the second speaker, so that you will. The second speaker is Dr. Giuseppe Di Pietro, which is the president of the Fondazione FAIR, which is keeping all the many activities of the project all together for the many point of view, from the administration to research. And is also the director of one institute of CNR, which is ICA, which is a... Okay, so the way it works, we will do two round tables. So first, I'm asking you to introduce your institutions, the goals and the visions that the two important initiatives that you are that you are taking part, and then there will be a second round focusing on some research questions that some other questions. So the floor, Alan, is yours.
Thank you very much, Fosca. And thank you to the organizers of this event for inviting the Alan Turing Institute. It's a pleasure to be here. And in London at the National Institute, which is the Alan Turing Institute, we watch developments in Italy with interest. And there's been a lot with the development of FAIR, which will be encompassing a lot of CINI participants and institutions. So we look on with slight envy, in fact, and look forward to many collaborations in the coming years. And I'll say a little bit more about opportunities that the Turing and FAIR have hatched up in order to encourage these kinds of collaborations in the post-Brexit era. I'm just going to say a little bit about the Institute at this point in its development, because it's an exciting time, and our structure is changing, and we've just launched our new research strategy. So I'd like to flag this because, in particular, in terms of anyone that would like to be a visiting researcher at the Alan Turing Institute through the initiative that FAIR is developing, I'd very much encourage you to think about the ways in which working with one of our programs, you might be able to contribute to the areas of our research strategy. I'm going to flip through my slide deck to just highlight a few of the areas of the Institute, but I'll be here for coffee as well, and very happy to speak in a more impersonal level. So the Institute was, we accepted our first fellows in 2015. No, sorry, we were sort of anointed by the UK government in 2015. The former Chancellor, George Osborne, who was part of David Cameron's government, he had identified the need for a National Institute for Data Science, and then in 2017, the Pezenti Hall Review had underscored what the UK needs in order to be a global leader in AI, and one of those things was a national institute, and had recommended the Turing as to sort of wear a two-pronged crown, we would say, to both be the National Institute for Data Science and for AI, and you'll all appreciate how those two things bleed into each other anyway. So in 2016, we we invited our first fellows, and originally the Institute was comprised of 5 member universities, Oxford, Cambridge, Edinburgh, Warwick, and UCL. And in 2018, we expanded to become 13, and at this juncture, we have now changed our model so that we will engage with all the universities across the UK on less of a membership model and more of a working on strategic priorities together projects. So our future is to help AI and data science be something that is beneficial to the public more broadly in the UK and globally, and you'll appreciate that AI, much of the development has been through commercial enterprises, the big digital corporations, companies, et cetera. And so part of the role of the Alan Turing Institute is to work with government, work with our healthcare system, small and medium-sized enterprises, and charities, and basically to develop projects and new capacities that will be for the public good, not just for the profit of companies. I mean, so our 3 aims are to advance world-class research, build skills for the future, and drive and inform public conversation. And we see ourselves doing that through, I'll just talk about a couple of these. I'd like to flag the fact that we aim to promote impact at scale. So how do we have ambitious programs that will benefit the public in tangible terms? That means that it doesn't mean that we are not we have stopped doing fundamental research, but rather we think about that fundamental research as part of a line of development that will end in impact. Also, as you'll appreciate, interdisciplinarity, agility, which the interdisciplinarity is very difficult sometimes for universities to achieve in the siloed model that most universities have developed. And at the Turing, we put together projects that are based on tangible outcomes with real-world results. And so therefore, we often have urban analytics together with healthcare people, together with environmental people, for instance, with some of our environmental work that we're doing as one example. Agility is also important. Again, we all know from coming from the university sector that sometimes universities move at a slower pace. And so at the Turing, we're a smaller model and we try to contract fast. We try to have a small team that moves fast with all of the kind of administrative and bureaucratic work that enables researchers to roll their sleeves up and do what they do best. And the other thing I want to flag, lastly, is democratizing access. I'll use the example of digital twins is something that we are putting a lot of investment in, for instance. And digital twins is something that is often difficult to do at scale, and code is not necessarily readily available. And so our work is 90% open access. We try to produce a lot of materials that we have available in terms of the process, how to do reproducible AI research, our ethics, and all of that we make publicly accessible. Actually, let me just also say something about our place in the ecosystem. So governments now are every week they seem to announce a different office for AI or a different strategy, et cetera. We work with other governmental organizations as well as the university system, as well as the the commercial sector. Our strategy is defined by ourselves, although our funding comes from the government. They haven't woken up to the fact yet that the model is right now to give us money and not tell us what to do. So every day we light a candle that continues to be the case. But we have total independence as long as our work continues to demonstrate that we are working on the priorities that are most important to the government and to the economy. We are also promoting the UK's international strategy, and as the director for international at the Turing, I'll just flag that for us the priorities for international are how can we complement what we're doing at the Institute through our international collaborations. So sometimes that's bringing best together with best in terms of researchers so that we can make headway faster, but other times that might be about access to a unique challenge or to a unique data set, or because we want to join and be part of international collaborative efforts on shared challenges, be they in terms of global pandemics or environment or international trade. So, with that, let me just say a word about about the initiative that we are putting together, and we are collaborating with FAIR and the UK Embassy in Italy, as well as the Foreign and Commonwealth and Development Office. Let me see if I can get to that presentation. Our research is now going to be focused around 3 grand challenges. That doesn't mean that that all the programs that you'd find on the Turing's website, our health program, our urban analytics, our tools, practices, and systems, all of these programs will be part of working toward these 3 directions, transforming healthcare to enable better outcomes, addressing climate and biodiversity issues in order to secure sustainability and to protect the UK from cyber attacks, and also just securing our infrastructures. So as part of that effort, we have been working with the parts of the UK government that I've already listed, as well as colleagues in Italy, and our partner for this initiative is the network FAIR. And what we are doing is we have, today we are announcing a fellowship opportunity, and the opportunity that the UK government, not surprisingly, is funding is to bring UK researchers for short visits to Italy. This has been developed as an initiative in recognition to the incredible talent and the importance of continuing our relationship with European partners, such as those that many of our UK researchers have been working with in Italy. So this fellowship will basically provide for, in the financial year of 2023 to 2024, so basically between now and March, we are offering a stipend, £5,000, toward a short visit of a UK researcher to come to Italy to develop, collaborative ideas. So it's basically just to bring people together, to have those conversations that are harder to have online in a sustained way. We very much wanted to announce this opportunity at this event because you have contacts in the UK, and you are the exact kind of researchers that we would like our UK researchers to engage with. And so I invite you to reach out to your colleagues in the UK, and they can be the postdocs or even the doctoral student of of colleagues. They can be mid-career researchers, and invite them to come to your institution. Not hard to get people to come to Italy for a short visit. Invite them, please, because they will need a letter of invitation from you to come and dialogue about a possible opportunity. The UK government is continuing to support the Horizon applications that the UK are a part of, so that is still a door that's open for us. And there's potentially other opportunities, including through some of the Turing funding. Now, I just want to give you the website that you would find us on, and I think I might need help finding that. Yeah, maybe we'll come back and I'll show that later. So I'll present we'll try to get the website up on the screen, but it's basically the fellowship page, the awards and fellowship opportunities on the Turing website. And you'll find all the terms and conditions and how to apply. It's a rolling application. As of tomorrow, we are accepting applications, and our first round will be a rolling application process that will stay open till the 31st of October in the first instance. So, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Thanks also for announcing this program. So, and I think that I saw from your presentation is that so Alan Turing Institute started in 2015 with this idea of having data science and AI together, and we are still keeping those two dimensions together. That's an important issue that I share completely. So now Dr. Giuseppe Di Pietro will talk about FAIR. FAIR is a 3-year national project funded by PNR, so you can start. And so it was designed around the Italian strategy of artificial intelligence that was announced in 2021, a bit some years later than the Alan Turing Institute started. But and again, so the Italian strategy was designed with the vision of these 3 lines. So strengthening and attracting talents. So and we need these interchange programs are fundamental for giving this idea of mobility that researchers in AI should have. Expanding funding and advanced research in the AI, and this is the motivation. But on talents also, there is this national program of PhD in AI, which has been mentioned several times, that it's doing a big effort for creating the community of the new talented AI researcher in Italy. And then also, and then the uptake and the innovation of AI. So now the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Well, good morning. First of all, I would like to thank the President of CINI, Professor Ernesto Damiani, and the Director of IES Lab, Professor Daniele Nardi, for the opportunity that this institution gives us to be here and also to give our contribution to this very important event. Well, before start my brief presentation, I would like to add something else to this important initiative in cooperation with the ETI Institute, that in next weeks, from the FAIR side, within the cooperation together with the CINI and the other players, we will finalize the administrative procedure for starting this recruitment process. So, I think that in the next weeks also we will finalize the call, the administrative process, in order to give all the information that we need to be really on the field. Well, let me spend only a few words about the FAIR Foundation. Why the FAIR was born. In 2022, it has been approved a larger partnership called the Future AI Research Initiative Fair. And this initiative has been founded within the framework of a National Recovery and Resilience Plan. And we started our activity on the 1st January 2023. So we are very young, okay, with respect to the ATI. And all the activities, fair activities, all the partnership are coordinated by the FIRE Foundation. Well, FIRE Foundation is a public-private foundation which has two main goals. The first is to implement and coordinate and manage the future artificial intelligence research partnership. And the other important goal is try to promote the creation of a national ecosystem on artificial intelligence involving research, citizen companies, also with the help of the other existing institutions. Okay? What about the FAIR partners? We have two public institutions controlled by the Ministry of University and Research. There are 6 public-private institutions, basically private university and research center, and we also have 7 companies, very big companies, ranging in different industrial sectors. Last but not least, we have also 2 additional members, University of Modena Reggio and the CINI, which belongs only to the hub only, but they have a very important role also in the governing board of the fair. Some numbers, okay. The overall cost of the project is about 122 million euros, and the contribution is about 114 million euros. In this project, will be involved with about 350 permanent researchers. 20 is planned to enroll also 250 junior researchers and more than 100 PhD students. Okay, and there are many research centers and university that will participate and are placed in, as you can see on this picture, in many parts, in many Italian regions. As Fosca anticipated before, the partnership is a partnership mainly focused on the foundational aspect. And this proposal is maybe the big, let me say, the big answer to the National Strategic Program for AI. Okay, so we have some. We would like to achieve some goals which are in line with the national program. First of all, to give our contribution for the new idea about the research in artificial intelligence in Italy, and also with the intention to make Italy a global research and innovation hub for AI. Another important aspect is to try, through the FIRE Foundation, to reduce the AI research fragmentation. There are many actors, very important actors, so we would like to try to reduce this fragmentation in order to promote a very more strong cooperation. Clearly, another goal is to create a human-centered, trustworthy, and sustainable AI. Trustworthy is one of the main important themes of our activities, and is also part also of the joint cooperation between UK researcher and Italian researcher. We are organized in an hub-spoke model. Okay, the spokes, each spoke has its own thematic characterization, which is one of foundational team of the foundational research team of the project, and the fair acts as hub and coordinate all the administrative activities of the project. Last but not least, we also provided some transversal project, which has been also the objective of a session yesterday. Yes, if I remember, it was yesterday. And this transversal project has like a glue among the spokes, and these spokes cooperate with a more high-level research team, multidisciplinary research team, and with a multidisciplinary approach, so that the knowledge coming from different disciplines other than computer science, informatics, and so on. Okay, this is my quick overview about the FAIR Foundation, and thank you for your attention.
Thanks. Thanks, Giuseppe, and thanks also for the timing. So now we would like to put the hands in the meat and try to see. So the question that on which I would like to invite you to have a conversation is that in those two important initiatives. So what are the challenges and the risks? I said a number of three. I mean, 3 challenges and 3 risks that you might share with us that you consider fundamental for AI in the coming years. That would be, so what are your thoughts about that? Yeah.
Do I?
So you may, I think you may come. Does not work? So you can come. I don't know why.
Let's take another one. We have another one. Sorry, I don't know why.
Okay. I'll be very brief. And in fact, the visiting researcher scheme we developed around the theme of trustworthy AI, and that is one of, I think, the challenges and the risk for AI as we speak about it at the Turing is the lack of trust. Some of it is technical, like we strive to make research reproducible and the decisions, algorithmic decisions transparent. And this is increasingly important as we try to spread AI further into government decision-making, the social welfare system, what kind of child benefits somebody would have. I mean, these have to be transparent decisions. These have to be trustworthy decisions. But also, as we try to get AI into new sectors like the healthcare, getting clinicians to also trust the decisions, or not the decisions, but the recommendations, the information that they get from an algorithm. Also, access to data and access to talent. Those are our 3 key challenges which come with huge risks. The talent, if we can't get enough boots on the ground, we won't have the power, the creative force behind the development. And then also data sharing, getting the data ready sets are for training purposes and for use is a never-ending challenge.
Okay, thanks. You can stay there.
Okay.
Okay. Well, Fosca, in my opinion, one of the major risks is giving AI too much autonomy in decisional processes. The development without rules and constraints could be very dangerous. So I think that to overcome this problem, we need regulation And as many of you know, that in mid-June, the European Parliament should approve the Artificial Intelligence Act, which main goals is to ensure a safe use of AI system, also according also to the existing laws on fundamental rights. I think this is a right response, and on the right way. It's not enough, because I think that we need that this kind of initiative will be replaced at worldwide scale, especially in the US. And another risk that I say, potential risk I say, it is the concentration of knowledge and the development of AI complex system only in few companies, so they can determine the strategy. And I think that maybe regulation authorities and the police should pay very attention about concurrence in this field. Okay.
Thanks. Indeed, the many things that you mentioned will be also argument of the next panel. So both the need of regulation, the risk, and also concentration. But I have another question. So we talk a lot about the need of talent, but how about in your important initiatives? Is a plan for which kind of plan for resources, but from the point of view also of a gender point of view, because so is there a lack of or imbalance of gender in this area? So we know yes. That is. So are there plans for tackling also these issues?
Mm-hmm. I encourage people to go to the Turing website to look at our research program on, it's not more, let me call it a project, our research project on women in data science, because that has been, it's now been going for 2 years, and it gives the numbers behind what we sort of all know from just living in the world and in the fields that we're operating in. And part of our work in doing that is to to raise public awareness, to raise awareness in universities and companies, et cetera. So just having better understanding of, at what point in the career process do women tend to drop out? What are some of their reasons? And so we've used qualitative and quantitative research methods. And then, we take our equality, diversity, and inclusion values very seriously in terms of hiring, and in terms of trying to, again, the difficulty isn't getting women in the door at an earlier levels, more junior career stage, but as we see in patterns in other professions as well, it's having women stay as they move up the career ladder to be leaders in the fields associated with AI.
Very good question. Yeah. Yes, because as you know, it's an open issue for us. Clearly, we were born only 6 months ago, so it's an open issue for us. I think that we are thinking about that. We are also looking for other experience, so getting knowledge about best practice implemented by other institutions, maybe also like ETU. So is a problem on which we are working on, but we have not still a solution, an idea about that.
Indeed, there is even something more in the newcomer, the new researchers that will So there is this constraint that we inherited from PNRR to have our
course, yeah.
obtain the 40%
To 40%, yeah.
Of agenda towards
But as you know, we have not some rules or laws in order to, let me say, to reserve some positions only to women. It's against Italian laws. So we have to try the right procedure, the right motivation, how to motivate and the participation on women.
We also have an enrichment scheme, and for people that are in their writing up stage of their dissertations, it's something you might look at. And this brings in junior researchers, but we accept researchers that aren't coming from the traditional disciplines. Like we've had classicists come, and we give them more training. They have to have some training in data science. But I think also as other, disciplines like in the social sciences and humanities, as digital humanities increases, as more of the social sciences move into developing these skills, I think we'll also see the gender mix improve as well.
Yeah, I mean, attracting also from other disciplines, which are typically more, the majority, so change the gender balance. So I have a final surprise question, because we have Alan Turing Institute here, but in this new scenario of AI, is still the Turing test applicable? So can we still, so as a computer scientist, we are used to having now?
Okay, very good question. Okay, I think that, if, roughly speaking, if we think at the test of a Turing test, like a test for discovery, is the machine is intelligent only by speaking. Clearly, with the new powerful chatbot system, I think it's quite possible that you are not able to distinguish if you are chatting with the humans or a sophisticated chatbot. So the question is, can we say that a system or machine is intelligent if only if is able to conversate with the science, with the humans? Maybe we have to think about the concept of intelligence. Maybe this is the real question.
So defining a new test.
A new test, maybe, but my only personal opinion.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I tend to agree. I mean, it's still used, although people also, dissent from its usefulness. But, and I think it is a question of careful what you wish for as well, because we're getting close, as you say, with chat functions in terms of deep fakes, etc. But officially, no one has achieved the Turing test yet. But yeah, so redefining what do we mean by intelligence, and then I think in addition to the sort of striving to reach it, we have to think about what happens, what kind of regulation, et cetera, is necessary once computers do start to achieve that test. So I think it's still relevant, but it's opening up new important ethical questions and regulatory questions. So it's an important question to keep asking.
And I think we will ask to any panel. So I recommend to the panel chairs of the next panels to ask this question as well. So thanks both the two speakers, and then please give an applause to them. Now we have the coffee break. Okay, yeah. Okay, so we can ask Chiara. Fabrizio. Okay, we can start again after this coffee break. So thank you for the participation. So this is a panel dedicated to the AI Act. And during the 3 days, we had a lot of opportunity to talk about this aspect. So for me, it's a pleasure to coordinate this topic because it's a topic where I believe a lot. And especially because we know and we already know, we saw in different discussion that the AI is, let me say, is a fundamental research in our country, but not only in Europe, in the world. And all the technology that we develop will have a very high impact on our life, on our society. And so it is important that we, as a European community, as a country, address the different challenges that this technology poses to our society in order to define good, let me say, regulation, give us the opportunity to extract from these technology good things, opportunities, without putting at risk our fundamental rights that should be, and especially these regulations should be also the opportunity to implement at the European level the notion of AI that was discussed in the last period, so the notion of a human-centered AI. And so today we will discuss these aspects, and especially we want to understand if also by considering all the possible constraints that the regulation will implement in this panorama of technologies, we are able to become competitive in the world in this field. So for this reason, we invited to this talk, to this panel, different people that are experts in different dimensions of AI, especially for understanding how we can transform this regulation in an opportunity for becoming innovative, competitive in the field. So we have James Bourseau that will give us the philosophical perspective on this topic. James is from Pace University and is visiting professor at the Department of Information Engineering and Computer Science in Trento, and he will give us this idea, the perspective from the oh my God, not legal, because the philosophical point of view. And then we have two legal experts, Giovanni Comandè, that is a friend, first of all, but also especially a full professor of private comparative law at Scuola Superiore Sant'Anna. I had in the past a lot of opportunity to learn from him. And so, because in our technical research, it is important that we take into consideration also the ethical and legal aspect, because in this way we can develop a real ethical technology. He will start with the perspective about legal possible issue, challenges, risk that the AI Act will give us. And then we also have, as I invited, Francesca Galli, that you saw during the first part of the conference in the opening session, but now she will participate with a different role, not the political role, but in this case, you know that Francesca also is a visiting fellow at the Robert Schuman Center for Advanced Studies
students of the European University Institute. So also in this case, Francesca will give us some perspective always from the legal point of view, and will give us the opportunity to understand if we, with this regulation, we can become an example for the world, and we can have a real good role in the world. And then we also have Alessandro Nicolosi. That is our, let me say, the technical person. So we are the only two technical person. He works at Leonardo, and he is the head of AI research area of Leonardo Labs. And he will give us the industrial perspective with respect to AI for understanding how, which are from the industrial markets, which are the challenges. And then we also have another legal perspective from Giovanni Sartor, that is a professor at Faculty of Law at the University of Bologna in legal informatics. So his role is to put together the two, let me say, main part of this panel, the technical elements, the computer science element, and the legal elements. And Giovanni, we will talk us about the fundamental rights and the link that there is between the AI Act and the fundamental rights. Okay, so concerning the goal, so I already give you an idea about which are the, let me say, topics that we will address. So we would like to understand which are the opportunities, which are the risks in different level, at an industrial level, from the ethical point of view, from the philosophical point of view, from the legal point of view. But the idea is that since there are a lot of discussion about that, about the fact that this regulation sometimes is introducing different constraints, and there is sometimes also the impression that this could, let me say, block the innovation. But we want to discuss if this is true or if there are some opportunity for changing this perspective. Because maybe my idea is that this regulation can challenge us to do better for humans. So in this panel, we want to understand if it is possible. We want to discuss about this. And we also want to understand, for example, if the AI Act is ready for this generative AI. So we will try to also to address this topic that then will be also discussed deeply in the next panel. So now I want to give the floor to James Bourseau, that can come here. And again, in this context, given also your expertise in business ethics, I would like to know your, let me say, opinion about how to transform the regulation, this human regulation, in innovation, if there is some opportunity for that. So if I remember well, you have one slide, right? Okay, thank you.
Very surprisingly, I have an answer to her question on a slide already. It's amazing. So it seems to me that there are two problems. One is you pass a law in New York City, you pass a law in DC, pass a law in Rome, pass a law in Brussels, and by the time the law is actually ready to go, the technology has already gone. It's already in front of that law, so you'll have to go back and try and do it again. So I think that's one problem. And then a second problem is that, especially amongst engineers, there is the fear that regulation is stifling innovation. It's not letting them make the advances they want to make. And I think that part of the reason for those two problems might be that we are thinking about regulation wrong. I think that what we've been trying to do so far New York, DC, Brussels, Rome, everywhere. What we've been trying to do is bring artificial intelligence down to the speed of conventional human ethics and conventional human regulation. And what I want to propose instead is that we, yes, of course, yes. I'm used to being in my class and just wandering. I think that what we should do, what I'm going to propose that we do instead is that we try to increase the velocity of our ethics and our regulation to the speed of artificial intelligence. So that's the proposal. And what does that mean in practice? In practice, well, it means a lot of things, but I've got 4 minutes left. So in practice, one thing that it means is that when we have human problems that are created by artificial intelligence, maybe it's a problem with privacy, maybe it's a problem with fairness, maybe it's a problem with explainability. When we have those kinds of problems, the solution is never to restrict the technology. The solution is never to say no to the technology. Instead, if we're going to speed up or accelerate ethics, then I think what we need to do is use innovation itself to solve innovation problems. So AI innovation, does it cause human problems? Yes, absolutely. But the solution then is not to restrict the AI, but instead to use the innovation itself, the same engine, to leap forward and solve those human problems. And then I think that the case of ChatGPT here in Italy and in Spain and in Canada is a really nice example of this. Clear human problems caused by this technology, many problems. But let's just take a simple one, the privacy problem. So how do you manage that? It seems to me that when you're trying to slow AI down to human speeds, what you do is you say, okay, well, let's restrict this technology. Let's limit it. Let's slow it down. Let's stop it. Let's prohibit it. But what I would say instead is we should take all that energy and instead apply it to innovation to advance things like differential privacy or machine unlearning. Differential privacy helps us to conceal the source of our personal information while allowing the usefulness of that information to continue for engineers. Or machine unlearning is the idea that we can use advanced programming, which is above my pay grade, to go back into big data processes and take out specific data points if we need to do that for personal reasons, the protection of copyright, protection of personal information. So these are just two examples of the way innovation can give us these kinds of values we're looking for. It can give us privacy, but it can do that without stifling innovation. And I think it can do that better than laws which try to restrict the use of innovation. So fundamentally, the idea of AI ethics and the idea of AI regulation that I'm proposing is one where we use innovation to solve innovation's problems. And then as a final point, it seems like, just as a cultural note, I mean, as we all know, we were here. I was using ChatGPT for my classes. Suddenly one day, I can't use it anymore. So what do? I hook up a virtual private network and get outside of Italy to use the technology. I don't think that's a single case. I think that's representative of what digital reality will look like. It's a place without geography. It's a place where the kind of rules that seek to limit based upon where you are will not work. So regardless of whether, it seems to me, regardless of whether you prefer the conventional approach or the acceleration approach, I don't think there's any choice. I think the way digital reality works will require us to rethink what regulation is. And as I say, my proposal is that the best way to rethink that is to say, let's use innovation to solve innovation problems instead of restrictions. Okay? That's my 7 minutes, I think. Thanks.
So innovation for ethics. So now I would like to know the opinion of Giovanni Comandet, that is instead the legal opinion on the same topic. I don't know if Giovanni agree with James or want to put on the table another perspective. You want to come here? You stay there? You want to stay there? It's fine for me.
That's fine. Anyway. All right. Okay. So let me start. Can you put back your slides? Oh, no, you can use this one. Okay.
No, it's fine.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Fine. All right. Okay. First of all, thanks for the invitation. Thank you, James, because you are giving me the opportunity to not tell you what I was planning to say. So what I was planning to say was, is the AI Act suitable for innovation? My answer would have been 3 lines. The first, not by AI Act alone will you live, but by all the norms of the EU data strategy. I will explain in a moment. Second, we have a plan. Do we? I mean, in all this legal framework and the way we are doing. Third, last but not least, is explaining, that's what I would have done, why our plan, that is our European Union attempted framework with all the defects it has, could be superior to the other competitors. I don't make names, USA and China. Okay? That's what I would have told you with the explanations. But I'm trying to do the other way around, and let me tell you why I do, with all due respect, fully dissent. Do you have a driver license for motorbikes? Yes or not? It's easy. Yes, you.
I think it's just a car.
Okay, so, I mean, we are preventing you to innovate and go and drive a motorbike. The answer, I guess, would be no, because you say, I don't have a driver license, so I'm not allowed to do it. So, if we allow people to drive without a driver license, we are breaking the law, and the law is there for a number of reasons. If we allow one company to break the GDPR rules, one name, ChatGPT, AI for innovation, we are doing a number of things. First, we are breaking down the market, because the other competitors, which are abiding to the GDPR, will have a competitive disadvantage. So we are not compressing AI, we are just asking, look, there are some rules for playing, you must follow them. And that's basically what was the complaint from the Italian, the Spanish, and the Canadian Data Protection Authority. This has nothing to do with stifling competition, with stifling innovation. What is a real problem for innovation is when we don't have rules. And you will hate me for what I'm going to say. It was excellent, wonderful, very useful to play the tone of ethics, but no company can really develop a business, make out an AI without a clear legal framework. Only ethics doesn't help for just one reason. We might at least, and there is a lot to say about that, not share the same ethics. So all the attempts of self-given ethics rules were referring to self-given. Again on privacy, and then I switch to my answer, the 3 answers to the question. Google proposed a number of ethics principles on AI, including respecting our privacy values, which is Google, which is highly respectable, and I respect Google, but that's not the privacy values that are entrenched and embedded in American legislation, in Canadian legislation, in European legislation. So, and a company, in order to develop a business, people that want to design, develop, and deploy and have a fast uptake need rules. We can discuss a lot about the quality and content of the rules, but definitely we need rules. And these rules may be a little bit loosey if you want, maybe more helpful for innovation, but we have to discuss about it. So the point was not only of AI Act. So I think the AI Act is a pretty good step ahead. It's plenty, at least at the level I am knowledge about it, in all the various changes. It's plenty of loopholes of problems. One out of many. It's risk-based, but there is no clear risk-based methodology behind it. So let's face it, we have to deal with it. Still, we have to cope with it. That is, we have a list. All items in the list of high risks can be criticized or praised for a number of reasons, but still we have a benchmark, some examples to work with. So it's useful, right? But I said, not only of AI Act shall you live, I mean, mimicking the Deuteronomy, I think, for one reason. The AI Act is there, but it's literally useless if you don't put it in the bigger framework. If you don't put it in the framework of the Digital Service and Digital Market Acts that explains what an online platform is and why it is labeled in a certain way. Now, you want your company, your products, you will be spin-offing your AI, going to the market. And you want to enjoy or avoid the presumption of fault, so liability, and causality, which is entrenched in the AI non-contractual liability directive. Because in order to enjoy it, you must abide with the requirements of Chapter 2 and 3 of the AI Act. And those requirements are basically telling you guys, you data scientists, I'm not the technical one, thanks, Sanna, you have to use good data sets. And we, jurists, have to explain you what, according to law, means a good data set. And just a very simple example, and then I close in 2 minutes. Let's assume that you want to develop a skin cancer detector. The usual example that Fosca, Dino, and all the friends have been using and actually developing very well. Okay, you're developing in Tuscany. And Tuscan population, it's not that diverse, right? So you as data scientists know that you have more white skins. And you as very well-reputed scientists, you do know that in facial recognition, in any other issues, you had problems with, you had a poor data set, too many white against black or darker skins, so level of accuracy falling down. Now, without rules, you are lost. With rules, you ask to your lawyer and ask, okay, what shall I do? Shall I stop producing AI because there is a damn AI Act that is telling me that I have a good data set? The answer of a good lawyer, knowing what he is saying, will tell you, no, you can go ahead with your data set as long as, so the answer is yes, by the rules. So as long as you make clear that it's very good for light skins, it might not be as good for darker skins. So it's better to have that innovation than no innovation at all, as long as you are protecting individuals, darker skin, to not be in false negative and get third stadium cancer. So it's not perfect, but it's enabling innovation. It's enabling innovation. So that's, we have a plan. Do we? Yes, we do. But still, a lot needs to be fine-tuned, a lot of tweaking is needed, and they will go through case law. So it might take time. And we need to be ensure, and that's the third and last point, and I close, we need to ensure that our legal framework makes possible to do two things, which in the normal Chinese and American narrative are choking against each other. Preserve fundamental rights, that's our common values at the European Union level, and it's not or, and foster innovation and fast uptake of the technology. How you do it? I think it's possible. If you start looking, and that's, I'm not sure about the real ability of the AI Act to capture all the possibilities of the generative AI or what will come next, but still, I do hope that we are able to read in the AI Act the values of protection of fundamental rights without the need to say, as the proposed expressly by the proposed Chinese legislation on generative AI, I translate from Chinese, that's not true, but it was translated by one of my PhD candidates. The generative AI, it's providing generative AI product or service shall comply with the requirements of laws and regulations. So far, so good, everybody's agreeing. Respect social morality. We start having a little bit of problems, which one? Public order, yes, of course, you don't go killing people around. And morality, and meet the following requirements. And then you have the requirements. Among them, it's to not promote terrorism, we agree, extremism, ethnic hatred, ethnic discrimination, violence, obscene and pornographic information, false information, we still agree, and content that may disturb the economic and social order, overthrow the socialist system. So we don't need to put different sets of value, we don't need to go in that detail if you want, but still I think we can make it working. But we have a huge responsibility as a scientific, as a business community. Because if we fail in guaranteeing at the same time our value, fundamental rights, and the fact that you can have innovation, you can be competitive, by at the same time protecting fundamental rights, it will be an economic disaster first, a social and political disaster first, and then Facebook will be right in saying again to the financial authorities, as he did last year correctly, we are going to lose money. So we are not going to lose money anymore in Europe because now we can do as OpenAI, ChatGPT, we can go and violate, by the way, the GDPR and get over it. That's not the way it works. So AI Act, it's possible, but we should be teaching, we jurists should be helping, not teaching. I mean, it's a common endeavor. We should be able to help technicians, companies, to translate the legal requirements, the AI Act, into technical requirements. So what do you need to do to actually develop FOSCA, your skin cancer development, with only the data you have available, add here and there what you need in technical terms. That's the only way to do it. That's the only way we can actually promote innovation.
So Giovanni, I think that in the scientific community we did a lot of work in trying to describe some ethical dimensions in our technology. So we had today of a workshop in this conference, where I saw only in Italy a lot of work concerning explainability, privacy, fairness, how to address problems that could be solved by AI, using also this, let me say, inscribing also this other ethical stuff, okay? So in my opinion, maybe I'm wrong, but this is, I'm optimistic, okay? So there is a lot of work from technical people, but now is the moment to collect everything and do this mapping that you mentioned. So understand, sometimes also to understand what we consider in our, let me say, scientific approach as value, and should be translated or in the contrary. We need to do a mapping about your requirements, the regulation requirements, and what from the scientific point of view we developed until now, for understanding with this systematic work, what is missing for making your goal really effective. Because maybe what now is missing is a comprehensive analysis for understanding really if we are ready for addressing the challenges of AI Act. So,
can I have 30 seconds?
Yeah.
don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that all the ethics work then has to be thrown away. Exactly the contrary. Now, read the Ital-IA principle. Read the ethics by use approach guidelines of the European Union. They're written officially in the language of ethics. Read them. And they are offering tools, extremely useful tools, exactly to translate the legal requirements into technical ones, telling Fosca what she has to do to actually produce that AI. What I'm saying is that for a number of historical reasons, we had to start under the label of ethics. Then the Parliament in 2020 was say, okay, now we need some rules. So we just switched and started to use those tools to translate them into the AI Act and the other legislations, and they are still very useful to implement in each of your problem the legal requirements in practice. So there is no antithesis.
Our ethics by design. So our magic word by design, legal by design, yes. So thank you, Giovanni. And now I want to invite another Giovanni, Sartor. If you want, it's fine, because Giovanni will talk about assessment of fundamental rights. I'm very happy about the fact that there is this amendment to include also this part of assessment that, in my opinion, was missing before. So, in my opinion, is a good tool. And this is also a challenge for our perspective, because we need to understand also from the technical point of view how to implement this assessment, because for example, for privacy, we have.
I would like to know myself.
Yeah. So I give the floor to Giovanni.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm also very honored to be here and to participate in this panel. Thanks to the organizer and also to the colleagues who are with me involved in this. So I'm trying to put a kind of middle way between the first two presentations in the sense that. No, in the sense that innovation affects multiple interests, rights, and values, also positively. So there is a lot to be gained from innovation. There are also issues emerging out of it. And we have rules, but then the rules have to be interpreted, and many rules are very flexible in this domain. There may be just best effort obligation, do what as much as you can in order to ensure this or that. There are tension and also trade-offs, so we need to take that into account. So this is also in the legislation. So if you look, for instance, a rule that we know very well, Article 6 of the GDPR, which also applies to GPT in all its various versions. So there is a legal basis for processing personal data when legitimate interest is pursued, which is not outweighed by the negative impacts on rights and interest of the data subject. But how can we make, so sometimes it is okay to sacrifice to a certain extent the privacy if there are more important goals that are achieved in this way. And a comparative assessment is needed. How are we going to do that? It's a kind of challenging task. So ideally, we should consider all possible impacts of an application of relevant rights and values, taking into account of the importance of them, consider for each affected right and value, maybe property right, maybe right to privacy, maybe freedom of expression, its significance, the extent to which it is affected for the application that we have in mind. Consider, for instance, and the chance that it is really affected. This applies, for instance, for application in the medical domain, where there can be a benefit in health, and there may be some sacrifice of privacy, maybe some issue also with regard to equality or non-discrimination. And then we should aggregate the positive impacts. How do I aggregate them? Just summing up. the negative impact, compare the two aggregates, take into account also advantages and disadvantages of adopting some mitigation measures. So it's a kind of very complex, I think you would say an optimization attempt, where we have, it's very difficult to assign numbers and to compute these data. But what are the values that we have to consider in making this kind of assessment? And most general framework is given by maybe by a more also shared framework at the global level. We have the Sustainable Development Goals that have been proposed, adopted at the level of the United Nations, where you have things such as reducing poverty, zero hungers, good health and well-being, quality education, and so on and so on. Then we have the various ethical principles, good things for humanity that we can find in the various principles for they should guide values for AI in many, many declarations. But then we have also the human rights. What are human rights? I don't know, I cannot go into that, but basically, very simply, we can say that are important opportunities for individuals which society, first of all the state, but also institutions, private and public organizations, other individuals should, in a way, take into account and do something for them, respecting them, protecting them against violation, promoting their realization. And there is an ethical dimension of human rights. There is a moral obligation to do something in this direction, depending on what kind of right is involved. And also, but also a legal dimension, at least to some extent. These important needs have been recognized in treaties, constitution, the practice of judges and institutions. So the issue that we have to address is how to take into account, how to engage in a human rights assessment. As you may know, there are various ways in which the impact of a legislation, a new initiative can be assessed. We can just go for the cost-benefit analysis, measuring the benefit and losses by asking how much people would be ready to pay for a benefit, what compensation they would accept for a loss, and put everything together. There are also simpler methods going for a least cost analysis, just go for the cheapest solution. Cost-effective analysis, go for and maximizing the relation between units of benefit and unit of expenses. But then when you are engaging with social values and also with fundamental human rights, things become, I think, more complex. How shall we go on to identify, first of all, what are the human rights and the aspects of them that are involved? I think that obviously you have the treaties, the international treaties, and you have the Charter of the Fundamental Rights of the European Union, but a detailed description of the rights that are involved in AI application can be found, I think, in an interesting document that has been published by the Dutch government. It is called the Fundamental Rights and Algorithm Impact Assessment, where you have a kind of form which invites us to identify precisely what are the aspects of the human rights that are possibly interfered or both other promoted, their satisfaction is increased. Imagine health application that contributes to the health of people, or that are to some extent decreased, for instance, privacy, but also other fundamental rights may be involved. And the need to justify when there is the risk of a violation. And rights are grouped in various clusters. So this can be a useful guidance. Another important thing I believe is to accept the idea that there are tensions and trade-offs between different rights or social values, and the way to deal with such tensions. You as a computer scientist, you are familiar with the possible tension between performance and explainability in AI models, but also accuracy and fairness may be in tension. Quality of services and data protection, also there may be a tension. The convenience of a certain kind of and cost effectiveness may be in tension with respect of human dignity. So there is no easy solution. So there are multiple important goals, be there social values or individual rights that have to be taken into account at the same time, and in some cases, there can be even a synergy or the possibility of satisfying, for instance, both health requirement and privacy at the same time. In other cases, we have to accept some sacrifices one way or the other, and there must be, I think, judicial process, but also democratic debate on how to address this kind of tensions. I have been involved, but not to just marginally, in the Zeta inspection process, which is a methodology for assessing and directing from an ethical perspective AI applications. And this idea of analyzing impacts on human rights and addressing tension between them is a part of this process, and we can look at it as an interesting example. There is also the idea to go beyond cost-benefit evaluations or these other simplified ways of addressing, of assessing an application, is being adopted generally in the European legislation. If you look into some recent initiatives, there is indeed also a kind of assessment of the impacts of human rights. Even though it is hard to say to what extent this becomes really operational, but in connection with the application, the AI application, I think that a human rights evaluation is an important aspect, and focusing on human rights enable us to make the ethical discussion more specific, to profit of the legal background on identifying the circumscribing human rights and examining their implications. So I think this is a useful development, but we still need to find better ways to deal with that, and I think that this kind of interdisciplinary interaction that is taking place in connection with AI will help lawyers and politicians also to address this problem in a better way in the future.
Thank you. Thank you, Giovanni. So I appreciate also this, let me say, idea of addressing the problem with a multidisciplinary approach, and because this is fundamental given the complexity of the context. So now, Alessandro, it's your turn. If you want to, you can stay there or come here. So you had the opportunity to listen the legal perspective, the ethical perspective, philosophical perspective. Now, in the industry world, what's happening? Because so it is important because these are very high impacts in the markets, in your work, and so you need to change probably perspective in addressing all the issues. So you are ready for that?
Good questions. First of all, thank you for inviting me to this interesting panel.
I just want to say that I don't have so many answers, but I have more questions about it for this AI Act. I can say that in terms of research, if research can help and is useful for AI Act, I completely think that yes, it's very important. Think about, for example, in compliance assessment of high-risk applications, you have to guarantee property of robustness, quality of data, representativeness of the data. No? How do you do it? For example, in images, in a 1 billion data set, you do manually. How do you assess it? So, and how do you assess also or verify the robustness of system? I think that these are today open research questions, and so research will help to also understand how to be compliant for this. So I think that is very important, research. After that, for the risk and opportunities, okay, let's start from the opportunities. I see more opportunities than risk. Today, the AI is everywhere, is accessible to all. It's a good thing, of course. There are many open source models, neural network that you can use to integrate with an application. So it's very accessible to everyone. And this can be a good thing, for example, for the research purpose, or just to study the technology. But in some application could be a bad things. Think about to, for example, found a company that use a classical object detector like YOLO, that maybe you know, is the most famous object detector, to recognize people, for example, and put the system feedback with another system that is a safety critical systems, no? So how do you guarantee that this pre-trained, that this open source YOLO could be very safe and robust to this? So I think that the AI Act will help to these problematics and also to have some certification of AI. And I think that industrial, as an industrial environment, I talk for Leonardo, but maybe can also in general, we found our research in trustworthy AI. It's also an open problem because data science is a very complex topics. The data and the technologies that are based in a data-driven approach are not so easy to guarantee also mathematically. Maybe if you simplify the problem, but if the problem is complex, if you have deep learning models, it's not so easy. So I think, but that is, if you have some verification methodologies, some research on it, and some other technologies that can support the robustness of these systems, is more than use simply YOLO. It's more important. So I think that in industrial environment we are found in these trustworthy AI-based AI systems. And I think that for industry is an opportunity because not everyone do it, just this. Many people just use it. And for the risk, okay, as I said, I see more opportunity than risks. Maybe I can see one thing. I said that data science is complex, so who defines the rules? So this is the problem. I suggest, for example, I talked also before with other professor, why I would like to participate actively, not me, of course, but Leonardo, industries, Italy in general, and maybe it is happening, to define the definition of these rules, because it's important to understand what means compliance, what means quality assessment. If you put too many constraints, could be a problem, okay? But just for a technical perspective of the matter, of the topic. So I see this risk in, but not so many. I see more opportunity, of course.
Thank you. Thank you, Alessandro.
Thank you.
So,
So the act will challenge you, in my opinion. But in my opinion, the challenges could be, let me say, addressed, and we can derive really good things for the society, in my opinion. This is the goal. So, Francesca, now you have a different role, as I already say. And what I want to ask you is that, in your opinion, this regulation can help the Europe in general to play an important role in the world in this field, and if this can give us really an opportunity against China, US, where maybe the perspective about AI is a little different from us.
Yes. Thank you again, and thank you for the invitation also on this private capacity. I'm actually doing this intervention as EY visiting fellow, and I say that because I've used to work at the EY for 3 years as a criminal procedure lawyer, and specifically working on interoperability and the exchange of information and counterterrorism. And I say that because my perspective on the issue is a bit different from that of the colleagues, complementary, I would say, to be respectful, but a bit different, because I do think taking the point of view of practice and practitioners with whom I've spoken a lot over the years, police, intelligence, but also people coming from the judiciary, I do tend to agree a lot with what James was saying at the very beginning, in the sense that I think we should not have an overly cautious approach to artificial intelligence, and yes, go for regulation, but also try to make sure we don't over-regulate. And I didn't know machine unlearning existed, so I've learned something new, and I'm going to check what it means. And the other word you used, I forgot.
Differential privacy. Differential
privacy, thank you. I'm going to look that up too. Because the thing is that we do need technology, of course. And technology is, of course, scary, especially for people like me, who is very untechnological. I like books. I like, dust on books, but I still use Kindle. And people in practice, I think, do need to be able to use technology also for the purpose of doing their job. And so if we over-regulate it, we will avoid it to develop. So I'm talking really from also, public servant point of view. In terms of, and this is to contextualize a bit what the role of Europe can be in terms of being a blueprint, because I think what we must not step in is in the GDPR approach we had, which was, in my view, a bit too rigid, at least in its end negotiation and then enforcement, which now not working anymore in research most of the time, but working in civil service, I can tell you that if the rules are too rigid, we simply bypass them, so we don't apply it. And I'm talking, I shouldn't say that, but I'm not industry, I'm public sector, but we still need not to apply or partially disapply, and we are very good at that in Italy, rules in order to make things work, procedure works. So, and that's a pity, because a rule is made, being a lawyer, I do know that a rule is made to make sure that things work properly and don't, how do you say, anyway, don't make a mess. Anyway, I don't find the right word in English now, but yes, and then what I wanted to say is, I find, and that was the case a bit with the GDPR too, I find the fact that we were the first at proposing an act on regulating artificial intelligence very promising. So when we did so in 2 years ago now, and now we're a bit late. because we are taking a lot of time to think, which is great. Thinking is very important, but the thing is that the world and technology is going forward, so we are thinking a bit too much, and we are trying to chase technology, whereas we will never be able to chase technology, because as James was rightly saying at the beginning, law in the end will always come after. So I think what we need to do is try to be a bit more flexible and see the good, right, rather than the wrong, the pros rather than the cons first. And concretely, what I mean is that colleagues correctly pointed out the question of risk. I've done a lot of research on risk when I was doing my thesis on counterterrorism and the culture of risk and preemption in criminal law and all that. The question of risk is always risk of what kind of risk are we taking into account? And in issues like AI, we are talking about everything pretty much, so it's very difficult to assess the risk. So when we talk in the AI Act of there are different thresholds, so the unacceptable risk, which requires certain rules, the high-risk applications, and so forth. So for me, the problem is very difficult to define risk, even in enforcement, and even more in enforcement, because well, when we do academic debates, yeah, okay, at the end we do find a way to say what risk is, but when you have to enforce it in real life, it is a bit problematic. And then what I was also thinking of in terms of future risk, what I still find puzzling is GPT, but also because I haven't understood yet how it works. So I have to say that. Not necessarily for education, I think we're fine, but in terms of, for example, criminal law and its application in criminal law, predictive justice and all that, I still find it a bit troubling. So I think there is a need to be able to apply it in certain aspects, but not others. So, for example, when you do case law assessments in criminal law, and well, there is, of course, a sort of importance of precedence, especially in certain systems rather than others, it may become a bit too predictive if you actually base yourself way too much on the past, because we have cases, and cases are in fact changing over time because of facts, but also because of cultural context. And what I find a bit puzzling in the GDP, in GDP, no, it's not a thing, but in the GPT is also that it's multi-purpose. So as lawyers, one thing that we have discussed long about when we were talking about interoperability between databases, so especially I was working on databases in the area of freedom, security, and justice, so databases where you gather information for commercial purposes, but then you use those information for criminal law purposes. The problem as a lawyer and as a criminal lawyer is that when you gather information for criminal law purposes, you have a higher threshold in terms of procedural guarantees. Whereas if you gather them for commercial purposes and you have a person signing that, of course, you can use the data for commercial purposes and then you use those data for criminal law purposes, we do have a problem in terms of guarantees and presumption of innocence and all those basic and substantial rights. So that would be my question with GPT chat, and I look forward to listen to what colleagues would say in the next panels about this, would be how do we regulate something that is an instrument which is a tool that is so inherently multi-purpose, and what kind of effect that would have on human rights, as Giovanni will say, because that troubles me much more than privacy, if I must say, also because as criminal lawyers we have no problems asking people ID cards. So as privacy is really not necessarily, it's an issue, of course, etc. But I still can think that we can leave it on the side a bit. Plus, finally, of course, we do need, I think, in where I would not be flexible, for example, is in making sure that citizens will have a chance to ask for their rights in terms of like file complaints, so that the complaints part and the possibility asked to ask for repair when there is a prejudice, the access to information that and how information can be retrieved. So the what you were saying before, the machine learning. Thank you very much. I really need to look at that. But also, how can we seal information? We were talking about that with Giovanni last night. How can we seal information, like the privacy part of the information, so that we can actually use those information for elaboration purposes? But yeah, well, so in the end, I think my message is, yes, we can be a blueprint for the world. Yes, we can be at the forefront, and we should be at the forefront, but we need to be a bit less risk-averse, to use the word risk, which is a fine word anyway. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, probably for concluding the panel, we need another hour for starting again and discussing more about this topic, but the time is not in favor. So I want to conclude. You see that the topic is complex. There are different opinions, and this is good because by discussion we can maybe derive a very good legal framework to try to find the trade-off between all the different issues. So thank you, everybody. Thank you, all the panelists, for your contribution. It was a pleasure for me, and thank you again.
It was fun. Huh? Exactly. Now we need to relax and sleep. Students too. Exactly.
All good?
You should also be able to see kind of Okay, thank you everybody. Welcome to the next appointment, which is, can you start open? Better now? Yes, yes. So, welcome everybody to this panel, a dialogue on large language models and ChatGPT. So basically, we're talking about what everyone talks currently in the world. And so we will try, with a fantastic lineup of speakers, to bring even more confusion into this very active dialogue. Out of jokes, it is obvious from the debate, from the conversation, that the recent developments in these large language models, large generative AI models, and their applications, such as GPT or many other so-called downstreams application, are fundamentally changing artificial intelligence. And there is, I would say, quite agreement among experts of different kind that this is not just an incremental thing. It's actually a singular event that is probably impacting with very transformative force into society, and also in artificial intelligence at its core. Because essentially, what this new wave of AI technologies bringing is some sort of comprehensive, flexible world models, views of the world that reflect reality as described in the huge amount of knowledge that we have disseminated in our digital world. And of course, this opens up a lot of opportunities and also a lot of troubles and risks. We, of course, are astonished by how human-like this can be in producing human-like narratives. But it's also amazing how this can create equivalently human-like lies and misinformation of various forms. So it's too much human, perhaps from this point of view, for the good or for the bad. And we all are thinking how this might actually disrupt our way of thinking about education, our way of thinking about how many jobs will disrupt, how many jobs will change or will cancel, and how many new ones will make it appear. So there are really many discussions around this topic. Today, the idea is to bring together four experts, four scientists and experts from different sides. I would like to introduce Roberto Navigli, Alistair Eli Knott, Ellie Pavlik, and Marco Malvaldi. There are four persons with very, let's say, varied and diverse background that can help us look at this revolution from different viewpoints. Very quickly, Roberto is a professor of computer science at La Sapienza University of Rome, and it's leading the natural language processing research group there, a very, let's say, influential and recognized person, both in science and in industry for multi-language translation and representation. Ellie Pavlik is an assistant professor at Brown University and a research scientist at Google, and trying to understand the relation between, from a cognitive science point of view, the relation between language models and our mind. Ellie, this is the order to which I would like you to bring your contribution. Ellie Knott is a professor of cognitive science and AI at Victoria Wellington University in New Zealand. Has unique background blending AI and cognitive science, and also an experience in industrial application of cognitive AI. And finally, Marco Malvaldi. Marco Malvaldi also has a degree in chemistry, but what is really famous is one of the most successful and known today novelists, crime novelist in Italy. Although you see, you can in this lineup is some of his recent production from Marco. He's translated in 20 languages to remain among the multilingual side of the story. So even we understood this morning that even in Chinese, so he has a Chinese book that from the single Chinese publishing company, right? Which is fantastic. So one thing I wanted to mention, it's a news of a couple of hours ago that for the first time there was a speech in the parliament, in the Italian parliament, in the Senate. At the end of the speech, 2 hours ago, the parliamentarian said that his speech was being totally produced by ChatGPT, actually GPT-4 to be so. So, and he wanted to do this as let's say, as an example of how impactful and how somehow questionable the uses of this technology can be. I don't want to waste time because I really look forward to the discussion, and I would like to welcome here. Yes, there is one thing that I'm forgetting, sorry. We have a final surprise. We have online also Gabriele Mazzini from the European Commission. Gabriele works in the big Lucilla Scioli department at the DG Connect, and is the team leader for the Artificial Intelligence Act. So we also have one of the architects of the law that will be closing, with a closing remark, our discussion today. I don't want to steal any further time. Please, Roberto, come here. And if I can, I will open up your slides. Whoops.
Better.
Oh, better.
Okay, thanks a lot. Thanks, Dino, for this great introduction, and so it's a pleasure to be here. And so what I decided to start with is a retrospective look at what generative NLP, in general, we're talking about generative AI, but I'm an NLP person, so going back and looking at what happened in the past, actually, the underlying technology that we're all using through ChatGPT, through other models that generate contents, is language models. And so language models actually have been around for many, many years, tens of years. And if we go back to the 80s, the 90s, but even earlier, even dating back to the late 40s, the early 50s, Claude Shannon started to talk about n-grams. And so n-gram models were one of the very first models aiming at modeling language. And modeling language means what? It means just to assign probabilities to sequences of words. So I have what we now call a prompt, like ChatGPT E1 is A, ChatGPT is A, and we want to compute the probability, the conditional probability of the next word or the next words given the preceding words. So it's as simple as this, and it can be estimated by just frequentistic estimates based on corpora, based on training data that we have. And so then the model just produces a probability distribution over an entire vocabulary of choice. In this case, we're just using words for simplicity, but we know that now we use subwords, which are smaller components, but still the model just computes just a probability for the next word. And so then the model chooses one of these words based on one of the approaches, like, for example, modello, then the linguaggio, and so on. And of course, we can choose multiple outputs based on different strategies. And I guess most of us already know this, right? But I think it's good to see that we've been looking for this for many, many years. And now, thanks to deep learning, thanks to the attention mechanism and the huge amounts of data, the corpus has been built over many years online by users collectively as a collective effort. It's possible to build a model like ChatGPT. And so first I would like to look together at the great applications that are enabled or improved or greatly improved, enhanced by systems and models like that. So the first one that again is a historical one, and already in the 1940s, US researchers and people were talking about machine translation. So here already, only just a couple of years ago, and maybe some systems already today, still today, translate "I bought a bar in a supermarket" as "ho comprato un bar in un supermercato," which I hope you don't do, right? Because if you want to buy a bar in a supermarket, it doesn't really work like that. Well, you can buy a bar and then, you buy a chocolate bar inside the bar that you bought, but it's not very effective and cost-effective, at least. So now, only now, you get the right translation. So, ho comprato una barretta, which is like something like a chocolate bar that you would like to eat, right? And so this is an easy example, but it's something that shows how fluent and how multilingual these models are today and how good they are at generating good translations. And so The main two revolutions in MT have been statistical machine translation, when we really started to use, everybody started to use machine translation systems, and now with neural language models, we are seeing huge further improvements. The second one is about writing. I guess Marco will also mention this more widely, but I mean, very quickly, these models can really write, as it was already also mentioned by Dino, can write a whole article, as was shown also by The Guardian and many other newspapers later, but even books, like half of this book, Non siamo mai stati sulla Terra, was written by a language model. So this again is a huge impact, because we will not stop using these systems to produce text. So we just need to improve them and to build on top of what is available now. But certainly we will use these models more and more for these applications. Or improving sentiment analysis and emotion detection systems. This is, for example, a system that we built in a few months in my spin-off company, Bubblescape, that analyzes emotions in news, in posts, and also in reviews. And the ability of building on top of a multilingual large language model makes it possible to build applications like this with relatively easy, I don't mean little effort, but certainly much lower effort than before. And still a lot of know-how, but very, very interesting. And we all know that now models can generate code, not only text. And so this is an example of the same program that I asked ChatGPT to write in Python to sort a list, and in Commodore 64 BASIC, you know, from the 80s. And so obviously there can be mistakes. So the semantics of these programs is not 100% guaranteed, but it's, again, a great starting point. So this is, again, a huge impact on the way we will code, we will write programs, and so on. And many more. So we know many of these already. Chatbot, we know because we've been chatting with ChatGPT for months now. Problem solving, personalized storytelling, question answering, speech recognition. Now we know that dubbing is also going to be done, at least in part, with the use of models like these. Content moderation, so spam, toxic, inappropriate language, and multimodal processing, like going from caption and query to image and vice versa. And all of this in a few seconds. And this is impressive, right? And it's also impressive to see how multilingual these models are. But now let's come to the problems. What has impacted? I mean, this is the positive side, and the NLP community has been heavily impacted, of course, by the availability of such models. But now, what are the problems? What do we have to work on now? Well, the first clear problem is hallucination. We know that. And I tried something about my own output, like I created BubbleNet, which is a huge multilingual knowledge graph, and I asked ChatGPT today, who created BubbleNet? And it said, it was created by the Semantic Computing Group, that doesn't exist, at the Department of Computer Science, that doesn't exist at the University of Rome Tor Vergata, as far as I know, or at least with a slightly different name. And it was not created in Tor Vergata. So these three big mistakes, said with such a fluent sentence, with such a confident statement, are a big problem. But then if I ask, this is hallucination, but then there's maybe also a personality disorder. Because if I ask the same thing in Italian, I get a much better output. Like it was created at the Sapienza University of Rome in Italy, started in 2009, actually 1 year later, then led by me at the Department of Computer Science of Sapienza, yeah. So this is pretty good. But the point is, why do we have this? Actually, all this information is online and is actually repeated and multiplied across the web. So you can find this information in both structured and unstructured form. So why does it hallucinate? This is a big issue. Lack of common sense. I couldn't get the chair into the office because it is too small. What does it refer to? In your statement, it refers to the chair. You mentioned that you couldn't get the chair into the office because it is too small, indicating the chair side prevented it from fitting through the door. What the hell? I mean, it's a small chair, right? So I don't know. Actually, this is what I was what I got it from the message, right? So this is so trivial for us, and this is actually just a variant of the trophy and suitcase example that now, unfortunately, the system knows very well, but if you try something else, common sense is not there, so it doesn't work. In this country, a woman gives birth every 15 minutes. Our job is to find that woman and stop her. This is Groucho Marx, so very funny, right? And now we say this to ChatGPT, and what we get is, I'm sorry, but I cannot assist with that request. It is neither ethical nor appropriate to engage in any activity that involves preventing a woman from giving birth. I mean, but this is not the point of what I'm saying, right? The point is that it's not possible. It's just not possible, right? Or you should laugh. So there's a lack of humor. And finally, I conclude with not only a number of directions that I already mentioned we should work on, but also a restatement that these systems have been named stochastic parrots. So they are great stochastic parrots. They are able to aggregate and bring together huge amounts of information. And so they repeat based on large language patterns that are learned at scale, but without truly understanding the meaning. And so this is something we had to work on: semantics, multilingual semantics, pragmatics, discourse, and so on, without a real communicative intent. What is the intent of ChatGPT in replying? And costly from an energy and environmental standpoint. And also, even worse, they reiterate and amplify the bias that we find in text. And the web, for example, just Wikipedia, is not written in a distributed way by all kinds of people. Only some kinds of people write on the web or write on Wikipedia. And so this is an issue, and this is amplified by language models. And finally, they also raise important ethical issues that I guess will also be discussed later. So these are all active areas in NLP and beyond, and that's the starting point for this discussion, I hope. Thanks.
Thank you. This was perfect for setting the stage for the discussion, or truly understand where we are in this development and the many missing things. I would like to ask to the podium now Ellie. There are two Ellie, but I mean Mrs. Ellie Pavlik. And if I succeed in starting, yes. No? Can we go online?
Maybe just the green.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Yes, it's a pleasure to be here. So yeah, I was asked to talk about the connection between AI and what it might tell us about neurocognitive science. This is an interdisciplinary area that I work a lot. I'm interested in this area, and I think it's kind of broader relevance because this connection, one of the reasons I've been so interested in it is this connection of human likeness, and in particular, how we would know if it's human-like and what it means to be human-like and what kinds of processes the models are using. Really interface very nicely with other questions around like auditing and regulation and controllability and trust. So I view it all as kind of one big area, and this is kind of the neurocognitive science lens. So the question that a lot of people have been asking is, you know, what, if anything, does the success of this AI tell us about humans? Like, have we replicated human intelligence? And this question is sometimes explicit, right? Like people are asking this, like is this a revolution in our understanding of the mind and of language and how it works? And it's sometimes implicit. It's like when people use words like consciousness or thinking or understanding or intelligence. I mean, even the word intelligence really has this question in the background of this comparison to humans and to the kind of human processes. And the problem, and I think what Roberto just set up kind of nicely, is we really don't know, like we just cannot answer this question right now, right? It's a very, very hard question. It's a question that people want answers to. I hear it a lot from reporters, from the general public, and I think from people thinking in terms of regulation and products about wanting to make comparisons to humans, and we just don't have the science yet to actually answer this question. And I think to kind of give a bit of background on why like why we don't have this and where we are and what we need. So there's been this very long debate about the ability of neural network systems, they're kind of historically called connectionist systems, the ability of these kinds of systems to model humans, right? So actually the earliest neural networks were developed by neuroscientists and cognitive scientists trying to model the human mind. And of course, actually the mind loosely inspired by the brain. And and there's been a lot of debate about whether the models were able to do that, and most of that debate was kind of in principle arguments. So there are kind of very famous criticisms of this would be like Jerry Fodor and Zenon Felicien, or Gary Marcus. So this is work in the 80s and the 90s that are saying like, just no, because of the way they're built, we'll never get the kind of flexible, powerful, general purpose reasoning that is characteristic of humans and that we would want models to have. What's happening now is that it hasn't really been a fundamentally scientific shift, it's just kind of an observational shift, right? Like we're just seeing that systems that are built this way actually do have, or at least appear to have those abilities. So this requires us to rethink this kind of long debate, right? So some examples, and like Roberto was just highlighting the examples of, for example, models being able to generate computer code, right? Like generating computer code that is syntactically correct and executes functions, like the fact that so many software engineers are using generative AI right now as part of their workflow is just kind of an existence proof that they're doing something that we thought they weren't going to be able to do. There's also been a lot of the language has always been at the center of the debate, so their ability to produce such good language is just kind of a counterpoint to a lot of the arguments that Fodor and Marcus have made. So there's really three, I think, perspectives on how people have responded to this observation. And I'm going to kind of go through them. And unfortunately, I think the two most dominant opinions are the two extremes, right? So the first is the super sci-fi perspective. I don't know if Westworld was a popular show over here in the US. This was a series about kind of dystopian future where you have intelligent AI, right? But that's actually like what a lot of the discussion that we hear right now is that we've had this Frankenstein moment, we've created intelligence, and so we need to address that, right? And we definitely are seeing this huge shift. There's going to be like the technology that is being enabled is really transformative. All of the discussion around regulation and how to make sure it's safe and trustworthy is absolutely warranted. And from the kind of connection with humans, the idea is, well, if that's what's happened, if we've actually just stumbled upon an entirely artificial system that is replicating human intelligence, then that obviously tells us something about human intelligence. So we need to understand that system because it might actually answer questions about just the nature of the mind, the nature of cognition that we've never had models of before and that we haven't been able to answer before, right? The brain is a black box, so we're still in kind of, we know a lot, but there's a lot more we don't know. And maybe having this artificial system that is replicating all of that behavior will bring those fields forward. So that's kind of the one extreme perspective is like, this thing is intelligent, it's human-like, and we should understand it. There's also an extreme other, and so this is really kind of coming out of that stochastic parrots kind of line of criticism, which is that actually what we have is this Wizard of Oz situation, and if we go under the hood and look at what the model is doing, it's all tricks, right? And that's why you get things like these multiple personalities, that's why you get some of the really bizarre behavior that we're sometimes seeing, is that the model's not doing anything intelligent under the hood, it's doing some kind of clever combination of heuristics and hacks and memorization that appears intelligent. And of course, for some kinds of questions we're asking, it doesn't really matter. Like for certain questions about copyright or the ability to replace jobs, it doesn't really matter how the model's achieving its behavior. But for a lot of other types of things, especially forward-thinking kind of ethical questions or just thoughts about how we might regulate it, like what types of rules can you expect a model to adhere to or not adhere to, what kind of technology do we think we'll build, it really matters if we're dealing with a bag of tricks or if we're dealing with an intelligent system, right? And then there's kind of a third middle ground, which is that, I think probably where the correct answer stands, which is that the model is doing a bit of both. It's got some actually genuinely exciting, powerful representations under the hood that probably mimic some aspects of what humans are doing. And so some of these things that I've talked a lot about with cognitive neuroscience are things like the ability to generalize to new settings, right? That's something that has historically been really hard to get machine learning models to do, that we're seeing models do quite impressively now. Things like compositionality, so putting ideas together in new ways, which we have at least limited, some evidence that models are doing that, although other evidence that they're not, right? So there's definitely a lot to be learned there. Obviously language. So there are certain domains where probably the thing it's doing is more than just being a stochastic parrot, but then there are other aspects where it really is kind of using a bag of tricks and memorization. And so kind of characterizing this in between means we might find these pockets where it's doing something very clever, and that might tell us a lot about how humans work, and we might see some similarities there. And then there's going to be these other pockets where it's doing something truly idiosyncratic, and that's kind of its own thing. And again, these all tell us different things about the mind, and they would also kind of necessitate different types of approaches to how we regulate it, how we interpret it, how we understand it. So the nice thing about these three different scenarios is that kind of all of them require the same thing, which is that we are just in very, very early stages, and the big problem is we don't understand how the systems work, right? Even the people closest to the technology, the people who are literally pushing the button that trains ChatGPT, they don't actually know why the process they're about to run produces the behavior that it produces, right? So we have this situation where we've kind of stumbled upon a system that now is actually should be analyzed, I like to use the analogy, more like a natural phenomenon, right? More like how we analyze things like the brains or, biological systems, right? Or natural systems like, plants and animals and the oceans and the weather, right? It's something that it kind of exists and it has behaviors and we need a model of it. The thing, it's not itself an engineering feat in the way we traditionally think of engineering feats. Like we didn't build it because we understood all the components. We kind of happened upon it, right? And so understanding how it works under the hood is going to tell us whether we're dealing with a fundamentally intelligent system or a complete bag of tricks or something in between. That will tell us a lot about the brain and the mind, and it will also tell us a lot about kind of what we can expect in the future and how we should be trying to evaluate it. And so I think some of the things that we really need to understand in order to do this is we need to know more about the data, and that's come up a bit. One of the problems is that we often don't have access to the data when the systems are behind closed doors. But I think a bigger problem is that even if we have access to that data, people don't actually know what they're supposed to do with it. Like we don't actually know what it means to analyze the data. So an example of something like this machine unlearning, which is actually a research topic that my group has worked on a lot, is fascinating. I actually hadn't heard that phrase for it, but I love that, so I'll be using it. But we have no idea how to do that, right? There are ideas, but they're in very basic scientific stages. It's not as simple as going and taking an example out of the training data. We don't really understand how the model gets from training data to behavior, and so there's a really complicated process. So there are issues with data. Like I said, there's issues with internal processes, so just saying, how is the model, what is the language model's world model, how is it representing things, how can we go in and lobotomize particular behaviors if we need to. And a lot of this challenge also, it's, like I said, it's interdisciplinary. So we don't actually have clear theories of how humans do this. And so we don't really have a clear sense of how to evaluate it. We can't say this is human-like or not human-like unless we know what humans are doing, and we're still working on figuring out what humans are doing. On quickly with, I think this requires a lot of interdisciplinary work, and that is in itself inherently challenging. I think, as we have more of these kinds of discussions of getting people together across a lot of fields, we'll make progress on this. But the way that systems are designed now, you often hit barriers with the particular training that people have. So you have people who understand a lot about how to analyze biological natural systems and how to do good experimental design, but those people are not the people with the technical expertise, and vice versa, you have people with technical expertise and not the opposite. And yes, I will, I think, end there because I'm probably over time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ellie. And after having had, let's say, a natural language processing perspective, a cognitive perspective, now it's nice to have the other Ellie, with a similar pronunciation but a different spelling, who can also give us a perspective that is also, to some extent, regulatory, but not only.
Hi there. So I guess maybe I'll start quickly by talking about the confusion that we have in business. So language models are affecting business as well as regulation. So just very quickly, I'll talk about, because I work in a company, and so it's interesting just to sort of like give a perspective on the sort of disruption that language models have caused. And then I'll talk about regulation, because I also work in that area. So that's the pair of things I'll talk about. So the company I work for in New Zealand is a company that literally produces dialogue agents. There are AI systems that talk with you. And I suppose the distinctive thing about these agents is that they're very hyper-realistic. They sort of look as much like people as we can. It was actually designed by, the company was started by someone who originally worked in Hollywood in face animation. So they're very realistic models, sometimes of real people, sometimes of people who are just sort of like from the diversity of the human beings of the world, as you might see in an airport somewhere or anywhere you went in the world. But actually, a lot of the models in our company are cognitive models, and a lot of the work that I've been doing as a cognitive scientist is the same sort of work that Ellie did, talking about how you can sort of shoehorn a language model into our current understanding of cognition, basically. So it's partly a commercial thing to do. We have a cognitive model already, and we have to work out how we can incorporate language models inside this cognitive model in a way that somehow delivers, added value to the product that the company develops. The model I work on mostly is a model of an infant, actually, and so using large language models is totally not obvious, because obviously children can't speak in the language that ChatGPT speaks in. But nonetheless, there are certain things that we can do that add value to a language model. So for instance, language models, you type something in, at least that's the kind of standard ChatGPT thing, and you get a response. But the kind of systems that we build are able to respond in real time to things that happen around them. And there's also an emotional component to what they do. We tried to build a good model, at least, a model that's informed by current scientific thoughts about how emotions are implemented in the brain, and we have a model mostly of the subcortical parts of the brain and how they produce emotions. And so we're able to contribute that, literally sort of adding stuff about the emotional state of the baby or the state of the agent as she infers the state of the human user into a prompt, for instance, in ChatGPT. And also our system is embodied. So for instance, that baby that you can see there can reach for objects on a touch screen, which is like a sort of shared space that the user can also interface with. And all of those things go slightly beyond the sort of standard ChatGPT thing in ways that many other systems are also exploring. So I suppose, yes, there's this whole kind of ecosystem of downstream users of language models. And people are basically jostling for position in this area and trying to work out ways of sort of making the most of these systems and adding to them, I guess. So yes, we do that, as I said, just by adding a real-time component and an embodied component and also an emotional component. So doing all of that is an enormous amount of work, and my experience in the company at the moment is that we need to add this, how are we going to do that, and it's just like a scientific question, and also very, commercially driven at the same time. So that's the world I live in my company that I work for. But the other thing I wanted to talk about is basically continuing the topic of the previous conversation, the previous session. So I've been involved in various discussions with Dino as part of a group that we co-lead on social media governance at the Global Partnership on AI. So just to very briefly mention some of the things we're doing there. So AI technologies are everywhere in social media, as you will know. So recommender systems learn what each user likes and give them more of the same. But might those recommender systems have unintended effects, for instance, in pushing people towards weird opinions or polarizing opinions or extremist opinions? So we've discussed how to study that by actually accessing the information that only the companies currently have under, for instance, the EU's Digital Services Act. Social media platforms also use content classifiers to identify harmful content and potentially moderate that or remove it if necessary, for instance, hate speech. But who decides what counts as hate speech? Right now, it's just the companies that use various kind of untransparent mechanisms for saying this is hate speech, this is not. You know, we have decided, but we're not telling you how we're doing it. So we're running various projects, including one that's just started in India, thinking about how you can model the curation of a training set for harmful content like hate speech in a semi-public domain, where the people who are asked to annotate and decide what counts as hate speech are the people who are the subjects of hate, the people who are the victims of hate, I suppose. But the final thing is more to do with how social media platforms use or have to deal with language models. And there the issue is not so much AI that's produced inside the company as AI as it's used by the platform users. So users can post content that's generated by a language model like ChatGPT. And that means, and this was our starting point, that users of a social media platform can now disseminate harmful content, for instance, political disinformation, at industrial scales. And so how do we deal with that? And how can we pragmatically, thinking very pragmatically, how can we, to try and address this problem in a regulatory framework? So we have a proposal there, and I'm going to finish just by mentioning this, because I think it does contribute to the discussions that we've been having in the previous session as well. So the world is soon going to be full of content generated by ChatGPT and its cousins. In that new world, a crucial thing is that it's very important that consumers of content, readers or lookers of pictures, can tell what texts come from humans and what text comes from machines. Of course, there are many fantastic uses of language model generated content, including, I hope, the stuff that we're doing in our company. But as a consumer, you still feel that there's this right, again, to use the language of rights, there's a right that a consumer has to know whether a text comes from, was written by a person or a machine. That feels like a sort of new fundamental right. And the thing is, as these language models improve, it's soon going to be very impossible to tell just by looking at the text itself. And so if you're thinking about a regulatory solution, what we need is, to coin the word that we were using before, we need to deploy AI in the service of AI regulation. So what we need here, to be really pragmatic, is a detection tool that can tell you for any given piece of content that you see online, consider text content, for instance, well, was it produced by a person or by one of these machines? Or some mixture. So here's our proposal, to be really sort of concrete about this. And this is not, this is just the idea is to contribute this to a much wider regulatory ecosystem, of course. But our proposal is that any company or any organization actually developing a state-of-the-art language model must demonstrate a reliable detection mechanism for that language model, for the text produced by that language model as a condition of release. So this is a kind of pre-release due diligence process that companies should be required to go through. So why should it be done pre-release? Well, a language model has to be set up in order to support detection. It literally has to be instrumented to support detection. So there have to be obligations, we feel, on language model producers. So this is actually not technically infeasible. It's very important that regulation asks for things that are doable, of course. And we think in this case, there's good evidence that it is achievable. So for instance, watermarking schemes is one method. They have some promise. We're at an early stage of watermarking for text, but watermarking in images is a fairly well-known and well-used technology at the moment. But another thing that's worth mentioning to everyone is that if you can build a detection mechanism very easily if you're a company that produces a language model simply by logging all the output of your language model and then running a plagiarism detector against that and offering that as a service, via an API or something to your users. So there's all sorts of methods that have been explored, and particularly these days Google is looking at this. We think it's very interesting. We think there should be more work in this area. So we're discussing that proposal with various people in the EU and also in the OECD, actually. So I think I'll finish there.
Great. Thank you very much, Ellie. I would like to welcome now Marco to the podium. Let me see if I can open your slides as well. Here we are. Marco.
Thanks. Hello, and thanks to everybody. And as a point, my point of view will be the point of view of the writer, so of the kind of people that actually risks to lose its job by means of this kind of models. but I'm not quite certain about this. And to begin with, I would like to begin with asking if it's really important, what are the really important concerns analyzing ChatGPT? And one of the main concerns is about the truth of the statement, if a statement is true or false. So, imagine that I bring you this story. During Cold War, USA President Kennedy challenged SSSR President Nikita Khrushchev in a 100 meters run, and Kennedy won. Now we have a problem. Radio Yerevan, that is the most orthodox broadcasting media in the SSSR, decided to announce the result and to say the truth. And they say, international track and field competition between prime ministers was held this weekend. Our president, Nikita Khrushchev, classified second. The US president, Mr. Kennedy, barely reached the penultimate position. This is a true statement and is a defying statement. So, my point of view about taking care of how can we understand how does ChatGPT work and how can we understand is the point of view on another scientist and writer from Italy, Luciano De Crescenzo, who used to say, I will accept that a computer is an intelligent being only at the time when it will be able to understand that I am joking. So, we can start from this point. What is required to understand that a sentence is a joke or is intended to be a joke? And what we miss in the previous sentence is the structure. Is the structure that produces this sentence. And we can try to understand this structure by means of a causal point of view. You know that a correlation is not a causation. The quantity of ice cream sold during the weekend correlates perfectly with the quantity of woods that get fire and that during the same weekend. But this is not that the ice cream causes the arson or the following. It's summer. There is a correlation. There is a common cause. So in order to understand the cause, in order to build up a causal reasoning, we need two fundamental ingredients. A causal mechanism, so a mechanism that states that this variable causes this other variable, and another variable causes the third variable, and a statistical analysis of the result based on this mechanism. And this is the mechanism that makes us understand the joke. This diagram comes from our assumption that the message, so the message of Radio Yerevan, cannot modify the context. Of course, there have been some historical elections or revolutions that are there to remember that this is a model. The message can modify the context. The context is the power, and the power sets up the message and the meaning of the message. And there is a relation between the message and the meaning that this cause is humoristic. So, my first question is, can an LLM build causal reasoning? And there is a paper published on ArXiv in 25 May of 2023 that say yes, passive learning can be used to build up causal models. That is, I use the training data in two ways. First, I build up a causal model. I build up this mechanism of arrows and connections between variables, and then I use the very same mechanism to analyze or to generate new data, so it can be done. My second concern, is a brief parenthesis of 1 minute that I take, is how can I distinguish, and this is something I insert quite on the fly, how can I distinguish between a text that is generated by a mechanism or a text that is generated by a human being? I try the physical approach. When the physics try to study a system on which they know nothing, as a first thing, they study the decay, the way in which the message loses memory. So, the correlation between a position and the same position during time, the way in which the system loses the relation between the character at point E and the character at point 0. And it has been demonstrated in 2013, I think, by Max Tegmark, that human language has a particular kind of decay, a power law decay. So it cannot be produced by a Markovian mechanism. If we compare this to building of LLMs, LLMs are purely Markovian. Statistically, from the memory of this, they arrive at the further position. But this is not the way in which human language works. So, if I'd be a computer scientist, I'm not, I'm a writer, as a first thing, I would try to study the different decays of the training data and of the text produced. Try to see if there are quantitative difference. As Ellie said, Mrs. Ellie, science, science, science. The more hard science, the more certain response we have. So, the second point is, are there promising aspects from the point of view of the human, of the single human, from LLMs? The first promising aspect that I see is what I call the Sherlock Watson effect. You know, many LLM work by prompting. I ask a question, I get an answer. I ask a question, I get an answer. So, in order to get meaningful answers, I have to ask intelligent questions. So, the chatbot, the result of the language model can be and is an unreliable Sherlock Holmes because, in fact, it gives many incorrect answers, but it can help us in growing. It is a near-optimal Watson in the sense that you are there to bring it to a meaningful answer, and you can do this. And this is the first promising aspect. The second promising aspect is that it is explicit. We have person outside here contesting the fact that we are speaking about artificial intelligence. I guess if they bought the colors with which they painted on Amazon based on the request and on the reward mechanism of Amazon. AI is everywhere around us. LLM is AI, of course, but it's explicit AI. It speaks the language we speak. The king is naked in that sense. We are able to see the good and the bad of AI thanks to this mechanism. So it is easier to deal with, in my opinion. What is, for me, the dangerous aspect? The actual dangerous aspect, and I speak about what I see. Other dangerous aspect has been pointed out. Here you see a book by Peter Lawrence, The Making of a Fly, The Genetics of Animal Design, that arrived to cost on Amazon $23 million and so on and so forth. What did happen? That different bots pricing this book were competing each other, raising the value of the book, raising to a completely artificial value. So what is my concern? AI chatting with AI and publishing their content online for human reading. This is a quadratic effect. This is something really, really potentially dangerous, and we should care. So, thank you for your attention.
Well, I believe we had a truly remarkable, let's say, set of aspects. In a sense, before somehow going to wrap this up and leave the floor to Gabriele Mazzini from Brussels, I would like not really a second round, because it's impossible, of course, but just telegraphic, let's say, answers from you from this question that somehow emerged from the panel, but I would hear you a clear message to this audience. These models are increasingly human-like in both positive and negative senses. No? But are they human-centered? Are they truly human-centered? And what do you think is missing for calling these tools, these large language models, large models of everything, human-centered? Real quick.
Yeah, one sentence. I think we need them to ground to the real world, because they are just working on form, and so they just read sequences of form-based text, just sequences of words, and they're not connected to the reality. They don't experience as we experience. I think this is the main difference, the main missing thing to make them human-centered.
Thank you, Roberto. Who's next?
Do I hold it?
Yeah.
Or it's good?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I like that idea. I want to, I guess, not disagree, but add some, because I think this is a common feeling among a lot of scientists, is that the fact that they work only on text is a big limitation. But I always like to hammer on how little we understand about really everything that's going into these models. So I think I've seen a lot of good work and discussion starting about like what else needs to be added, and I don't think we really know what it would mean to give them like human-like experience as well, right? So a common approach is throw in some images, and maybe that fixes it, and I don't think that really deeply gets at it. And so I think I just think that to make them like whatever we want to say is human-centered, I think so much depends on understanding what's happening between input and output. Like we just need transparency on that process, and I think that's something of a long game. Like it's not an easy thing to find, but I think without understanding what's going on under the hood, we just can't really get at a lot of these bigger questions.
Thank you. Ellie, not. Or, Ellie.
Hi. So I actually want to follow something that Marco said. So it's really interesting to consider human-centered from the perspective of one human talking to a language model. It's like it can be very good or very informative, you know, or maybe weird or entertaining or something. And that's all one thing. But if you want to think about human-centeredness, you also have to look at the system in the large, the system as its emergent effects play out over the whole of society. And in that area, you know, things, for instance, like language models talking to language models, you know, things are going to get weird super fast. And we have to, you know, even though thinking about human-centered, often, you know, you imagine looking at an individual and individual interactions. It's very important to consider humanity as well, and think about effects that play out in large kind of in large scales. So that would be my suggestion.
Very good point. Thank you, Marco.
For me, what misses this is self-awareness of mistakes. I mean, we all learned to walk. We didn't have a mom that took our hand and say, okay, my dear, now shift your center of mass 20 centimeters forward and then detach your left feet. We all learned by try and error. Now, in this moment, this kind of systems has not a self-awareness of mistakes, so has no possibility to improve.
Very clear. I really would like to thank collectively very much for your contribution. But please still join for the closing. We now have Gabriele Mazzini from Brussels. Gabriele, as I said, is a team leader for the Artificial Intelligence Act, and we really welcome and thank you for having the patience to wait for this timing. It would be really super interesting to know what are the key novelties around the discussion, how to rephrase the Artificial Intelligence Act to encompass all these aspects connected to large language models and generative AI. But please, Gabriele, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dino. Thanks a lot. Can you hear me well?
Yes, perfectly. We see and hear you well.
Excellent. So thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. So so I'll try to give indeed a bit an overview of the discussions around generative AI in the context of the legislative process. So I'll try to keep it short, so I won't hold you back too long for lunch. But so essentially, As you know, indeed, the proposal was tabled by the Commission in April 2021, so it was well before the emergence of ChatGPT, which, as you mentioned yourself in your statement, is a bit of a, sort of really a singular moment, so to say. So that certainly sparked a lot of discussions, including in the policy circles. That being said, what I'll try to do will give you really a quick snapshot of how this issue is dealt with in the AI Act, looking at these three different positions. So we have the Commission proposal, we have the position of the Council, which is, for those of you who don't know, is actually one of the two co-legislators. So the Commission tables the proposal, but the Commission actually doesn't decide. So the decision on the actual law is done by the Council on the one hand, and on the European Parliament on the other hand. And the European Parliament, I understand also you're going to have Mr. Benifei later, is actually coming to concluding also its position on the AI Act. So, but first of all, starting from the Commission. In fact, generative AI was not per se forgotten, so to say, in the Commission proposal. And I would say for at least two reasons. So the first one is that if you look at the definition itself that is proposed in the AI Act, which was largely inspired by the OECD, so we largely took inspiration from the definition of OECD. We made some adjustments because the OECD was not in a legal context. We had to actually use the definition of AI in a binding legal framework, so we had to do some adjustments. But one of those adjustments was specifically to mention content among the possible outputs of the AI system. And this was done intentionally. We did this intentionally to indeed include what we now call generative AI systems. So that indeed we didn't want to imply that only AI systems gives recommendations, decisions, or prediction should be considered AI, but also AI that just generates pure content, audio, video, text, or so on. So that's the first point. The second point is related to the transparency obligations, which were partially also mentioned today. So Article 52 provides a number of obligations for the either providers or users, so we will go into the details now, of certain type of systems or output of AI systems. So first, there is an obligation for the users, for the providers of systems that are intended to interact with human beings to actually clarify, so there's an obligation of disclosure to say that that interaction is with a bot or with a machine, not with a human being. This, if you look at the recitals, which typically are used to explain a bit the legal provisions in the text. So the transparency provisions are aimed to prevent situations of either impersonation or deception. And in fact, when you have you're interacting with a bot, but you're actually not sure, notably from the context of the situation, that may be a bot, there is an issue really of preventing this sort of impersonation. And it's a fundamental issue of human dignity to know that you're actually interacting with a machine, not with another human being. So that's one point. And the second point is about disclosure or transparency about the output of the AI systems, that in case those are artificially generated or manipulated by an AI, there is an obligation to disclose that in fact that output has been artificially generated or manipulated. We limited in our proposal the content to only certain type of content, notably audio, video, and sound. We didn't include text at the time. Now, ChatGPT also raised, as you discussed today, the issue around disclosure, perhaps also around text. So that was the Commission proposal. The Council came to its own position on the AI Act in December last year. And they dedicated a specific chapter on what they call general purpose AI. So indeed, today we are having actually a plurality of concepts that are being used in the context of the AI Act. So there is a referral to sometimes foundation model, there's a referral to general purpose AI systems, to generative AI. So we think this, of course, will need to be clarified a bit more, but because in some respects, these concepts tend to overlap, but not necessarily. And so the Council introduced a specific chapter on general purpose AI by stating that unless the provider of the general purpose AI explicitly excludes the fact that that system can be used in a high-risk scenario, and there are high-risk situations that are specifically classified as such by the AI Act, then the provider should comply with the requirements for high risk. So she should be subject to the same compliance obligations of the provider of a high-risk AI system. Subject, however, to two little caveats. The first one is that the requirements of the high risk should be adapted to the nature of the general purpose AI system. The requirements, I mean those related to data, to human oversight, to transparency, documentation. And then there is a second element, which is that the Commission is empowered to not only indeed to adapt the requirements to the nature of the general purpose AI system, but also to determine what are the type of information that needs to be shared between the provider of the general purpose AI system and the downstream provider, so to say, of a high risk. And so finally, then, the Parliament, as I mentioned, is coming soon to its own position. I won't discuss this in detail, indeed, because I think you'll have the chance, but just briefly to say that indeed the Parliament has dedicated a specific article on foundation models, has also tackled general purpose AI system in the context of the AI value chain, and finally has also created some specific obligations as regard the generative AI systems in general. So I'll leave it there, but I'm sure you'll have more in-depth discussion this afternoon.
Thank you very much. Very timely. I think what was a very interesting way of concluding our discussion. Let me only add a little bit. I think that it's now, of course, from a European point of view, I think it's really great that Europe is at the forefront of the regulation of the safe and trustworthy and democratic use of AI. I only want to add that there has been, that there is a strong push from scientists of many different disciplines connected to AI in Europe for also having a step further the ability of performing a big public investment at European level for creating the new generation of generative models that somehow are created compliant by design with a set of regulations and that we are building and also inspired and aligned with the values that we would like to put forward as a community. So just to inform that last week there has been a meeting to which I participated, organized by the Network of Excellence in AI, Human AI, Taylor AI for Media. And so many scientists convening there together with the Commission present. And the outcome of this meeting is really a call for action that will be published shortly and that I hope will be embraced by also the national project that will bring flesh to an initiative like this one. I think Europe deserves this kind of approach to foster the future. Thank you very much. It was a fantastic panel. I enjoyed it a lot. I hope you also did. Thank you and have a well-deserved lunch.
the impact on industry and basically on forecast about how artificial intelligence can promote, can develop economics. We will have a panel. Let me just very briefly introduce the panel. Later we will enter in details about the role of everybody. The panel is, let me say, studied in order to have multi-perspectives from Association of Industry, that is Paolo Rico, that is Vice President of Confindustria, from a big company in Italy, that is Poste Italiane, with Maddalena Moruso, with a very important hospital in Italy that makes research, Ospedale San Raffaele, with Carlo Tacchetti. Then we have a large company working in technology engineering with Saverio Nucci. And finally, we have also a small company with Marco Lalli from Datapil. Well, the structure of the panel will be at the beginning. I will spend some minutes just to introduce to you some data from Europe, from international report, from the market in Italy, and then we will discuss with our panelists. Well, the first data they want to introduce is international report by McKinsey. The data is 2018. And let me remark, it's very important because here, at least at 2018, ChatGPT was not in the picture. So any possible forecast that I will describe here is not considering how ChatGPT can have a practical impact in industry, in economics. Well, what is the important number? The guys at McKinsey studied about 500 use cases. Exactly what they did, they tried to understand the impact in terms of revenue of how these use cases produce. That is, they focus on different cases. You have on the right the different kind of, let me say, applications in which artificial intelligence was used, and they quantified the gain, the revenue produced by these specific techniques. Well, after this kind of quantification, they tried to say, well, now 2018, we measured a lot of revenue. What happens if we make a forecast about the number of companies that will use exactly these technologies in 2030? So basically, it is a projection in about 12 years. What is important to remark, first, again, ChatGPT is not in the picture. Any possible technologies developed after 2018 is not considered here. It's just what we have 2018, what happens if a sufficient number of companies will use this kind of techniques. And the result is a forecast of about 10 trillion of US dollar. How many are 10 trillion US dollar? I don't know whether you know what is the GDP worldwide per year. Currently it is about 90 trillion, so it is more than 10%. So the forecast of using technologies produced by artificial intelligence in 2018 by 2030, the forecast is to increase the GDP per year worldwide of about 15%. The same numbers are produced by a European community. The numbers are just a bit different, but anyway, it is not important. It is the order of magnitude. We are speaking of about 50% of the worldwide GDP, okay? Another very important point is in which specific areas this increase can be found. Well, here you have the main areas in terms of the market, and it is marketing and sale about 45%, supply chain management and manufacturing, and so on. What is important to observe is that almost any possible area is, let me say, artificial intelligence will play a very important role. Other numbers from international reports are the expected improvement in terms of revenue here on the left, depending on the specific market areas. And so you discover that the increase in travel is the top, about 130%. But almost in every possible area, we have at least 30% of increase in terms of revenue. And another interesting point is on the right, that is, what is the improvement depending on the specific kind of data, that is structured data, time series, and so on. Here you can see that unstructured data seems that they lead to, let me say, a smaller gain. But again, remember that these numbers are before ChatGPT. Just, I mean, during the previous section, I just used Google to look for whether there are any possible prediction about how ChatGPT will have an impact on the GDP. And the Goldman Sachs, the forecast produced by Goldman Sachs is about 7% of the GDP worldwide. But there is not an international report, so, I mean, it is just a number. Again, my experience, and consider that I am a computer scientist, I am not a person that usually work on with this number. But anyway, my feeling is that this number may be subject to errors, some mistakes, but the order of magnitude is the central point, okay? Obviously, such an impact in terms of revenue in our world natural pushes to have a sort of a run on artificial intelligence. You can find many different ranking in terms of AI index. What is AI index? It is an index calculated depending on how much a country is able to produce, to adopt, to develop artificial intelligence, okay? This is the PDF version of this presentation. You don't see Italy because Italy is in the position 31 after many, many different countries. What are the main, let me say, issues, weaknesses about Italy? Obviously, Italy is subject to innovation, to the capabilities of putting together important companies, the fact that we have small companies, and later we will discuss about this point. In terms of scientific research, if you look at the AI index produced by Stanford, you discover that Italy is ranked in the 7th position. That is an incredible, incredible number. If instead you consider private funding, well, very, very weak. So we have an heterogeneous situation between scientific component and instead research that probably in the next year by using FAIR and any possible collaboration between academics and hopefully companies, we can improve. What happens in the Italian market? What I show now are numbers produced by the Italian Observatory of Politecnico di Milano. And the market in 2022 has been estimated about 5 million of euros, where this number is only for what is exclusively artificial intelligence. There is a discussion, for instance, with Fosca, but not only with Fosca, on what is artificial intelligence. Here, basically, we are excluding, for instance, technologies, that is hardware, that is platforms. We are excluding big data. So here it is only the spent for what is artificial intelligence. As Fosca knows very well, the next year, the Italian Observatory Politecnico will try to provide different perspective depending on what is exactly the definition of artificial intelligence. Here you can find the spent in the different areas, that is banking, energy, manufacturing, and so on. But what is at least important for me is to check, to evaluate the difference between 2022 and 2021. There is an increase. How much is this increase? About 30%. And here you have not the numbers of the previous years, but considering the same perimeter, the same, let us say, definition of artificial intelligence, there is a constant increase of at least 20, 25, 30%, okay? Here you also, you can see how the spend is divided between the different classes of application, that is intelligent RPA, computer vision, recommender system, where the main area is intelligent data processing. What is intelligent data processing is all the possible techniques that are used to analyze data, to suggest possible actions, That is profiling, for instance, users, pricing, advertising, and so on. There are a lot of classes of application. Now, a very, very crucial chart that we already discussed by phone with Enrico, with Paolo, that is the difference between large companies and small and medium enterprise. That is, large companies, more than 60% of the companies, and let me say the number of companies that were interviewed is 174, has at least one project, okay? This is a binary representation, yes or not. But if you instead enter the details and you see how many projects, you can discover that some companies have 10, 20 projects, depending obviously on the size of the company. But at least, here what we have, more than 60% of the large companies has already initiated an AI project. What you have on the right, you have medium and small company. In this case, 85% have no project in artificial intelligence, okay? 5% has a project that is working, only 8% is testing, and 2% basically is thinking of doing something. But there is a very important difference between these two realms. The last chart is what are the main, let me say, difficulties that a company has when is doing a project in artificial intelligence. The difference in colors is the dark blue color is large companies, the light blue color is small and medium enterprises. What you can observe that in the case of small and medium enterprise, the main problem is budget, in the last row. Instead, for large company, the main problem is to understand what is the benefit that they can have in doing a project and in trying to communicate to the management the importance to do a project. Okay? That is a completely different perspective between large companies and small and medium companies. Now, we start to discuss with our guest. We switch the language from Italian to, from English to Italian, okay? And il nostro primo ospite è Paolo Enrico, già menzionato prima, vicepresidente di Confindustria e anche delega all'innovazione e transizione digitale. Ho un certo numero di domande per te. La prima domanda è quanto Confindustria ritiene centrale l'intelligenza artificiale per i prossimi anni in Italia.
Buonasera a tutti e grazie per essere qua, per avermi invitato. Beh, diciamo che per Confindustria è fondamentale presidiare questo tipo di evoluzione. Non a caso con la presidenza Bonomi è stata istituita una delega specifica che è una delega al digitale che ha Agostino Santoni in questo momento, e anche in piccole industrie è stata creata una delega che è quella che ho io proprio con la delega all'innovazione e alla transizione digitale. Il perché, già i numeri che hai raccontato te lo dicono. In Italia un numero che vi do è il 97% delle imprese sono sotto i 15 dipendenti, quindi quell'85% che hai fatto vedere te pesa tantissimo. E quindi il lavoro che si è fatto e che si sta facendo in Confindustria per fare in modo di colmare questo divide che esiste sul mondo delle piccole imprese è molto complesso, parte da lontano, però i risultati si stanno avendo. Quindi l'obiettivo è quello di accorciare, diciamo, di rimpicciolire quella fetta di torta con dei numeri diversi. Poi la realtà insegna che poi quando andiamo a vedere le piccole, quando adottano questo tipo di tecnologie, che adesso le mettiamo sotto il cappello di AI, però quantomeno tecnologia di apprendimento automatico, la prima fascia che hai raccontato te nelle tue slide, troviamo delle cose molto interessanti perché sono molto veloci nell'adozione.
Uno degli elementi fondamentali è piccole e medie imprese, sicuramente, ma è far capire alle imprese l'importanza e anche qui nella nostra chiacchierata telefonica fu se prima fare un progetto di AI era rischioso per un'azienda, oggi è rischioso non farlo perché di fatto sarai fuori dal mercato nel giro di poco. Una cosa che non ho detto prima, ma secondo me è eminente carino, sempre nei report McKinsey loro valutano la crescita in termini proprio di GDP, del prodotto interno lordo delle nazioni, correlata con l'AI index, dicendo che quanto più ovviamente questo AI index è alto, perdonatemi, più ci si aspetta una crescita. No? Quindi quali sono il tipo di iniziative che Confindustria sta mettendo in atto e pensa di mettere in atto in futuro?
Ma allora le iniziative sono tante e a vari livelli, iniziative che hanno a che vedere con il presidio di tutto questo sviluppo anche regolamentare, penso all'evento alla parte di prima, quindi c'è tutto un tema legato alla regolamentazione europea che comunque impatta, quindi c'è un presidio che Confindustria sta facendo con i nostri colleghi a Bruxelles, ma anche molto in Italia, perché arriverà il Data Act dopo il Governance Act sui dati e arriverà anche la E-Act, quindi si sta lavorando assiduamente su questo. C'è tutto il tema di come ridisegnare poi la nuova industria 4.0, quindi come stakeholder stiamo discutendo insieme ai ministeri su quelli che saranno i nuovi challenge di questa nuova riforma di industria 4.0 che si chiamerà 5, si chiamerà come si vorrà, però dove questi temi sono di fatto all'ordine del giorno, ma soprattutto ci siamo preoccupati di andare a capire come fare alle piccole imprese questo salto. Cioè io so che qualcuno si arrabbia, io bandirei Excel per cercare in modo di introdurre un po' di apprendimento automatico, perché finché usiamo queste cose qua in azienda si fa fatica. Però, a parte la battuta, abbiamo cercato di capire qual è il linguaggio migliore, perché già intelligenza artificiale, lo accennavi te prima, è un mondo, poi se ne è impadronito il marketing ed è finito tutto. Quindi quello che abbiamo voluto fare come piccola di Confindustria, insieme a Confindustria Digitale, è quello di dire, ok, facciamo degli eventi dove parliamo di intelligenza artificiale, dove però chi sale sul palco non è necessariamente un ricercatore, non è un professore, non è un guru dell'intelligenza artificiale, ma sono imprenditori, piccoli imprenditori, che raccontano con il loro linguaggio la loro esperienza. Abbiamo lanciato la call, eravamo entusiasti, però abbiamo avuto una richiesta dai territori enorme, tanto è vero che abbiamo dovuto dividerla in 2 anni, questo ciclo di eventi, 2023-2024, quest'anno ne faremo 7, il prossimo anno resteranno gli altri. Sale piene, 200-250 persone ogni volta, il format è interessante perché abbiamo deciso di, un po' come gli artigiani quando si andava in bottega, abbiamo deciso che l'emulazione è il modo migliore per far raccontare questa esperienza, con delle esperienze veramente interessanti. Cioè, abbiamo visto che quando le imprese hanno applicato bene il 4.0, quindi macchine che generano dati e dati che vengono analizzati, e vengono utilizzati per fare poi analisi e quindi fare efficientamento di processo, i risultati sono veramente eccellenti. Quindi la settimana del 6 giugno saremo a Torino, dopo essere stati a Bari, a Verona, in tantissime altre città, e la dimostrazione è che se applichi bene la regolamentazione hai dei vantaggi, se sperimenti hai dei vantaggi. Ecco, la sperimentazione è importante, e quindi è importante anche sentire le storie di insuccesso di questi imprenditori, di aziende molto piccole, okay, che però poi tu li senti raccontare, parlano di machine learning e magari un anno prima non sapevano neanche che cos'erano, ma è un vissuto molto, cioè il data mining l'hanno fatto proprio andando a prendersi i dati dai sensori, quindi questo è un aspetto molto interessante, perché il messaggio che vogliamo trasferire è che se l'ha fatto lui lo puoi fare anche te. E questo penso che sia un modo diverso per raccontare, per approcciare questo tema dell'intelligenza artificiale, che magari spesso già il nome è una barriera, poi in realtà scopri che lo puoi portare in azienda. E abbiamo veramente tantissime case interessanti, specialmente sui primi 2 strati che raccontavi te nella tua slide.
Complemento con un'esperienza personale. L'osservatorio, il nostro Dipartimento di Ingegneria Gestionale ha credo 30-40 osservatori, quello di intelligenza artificiale è nato nel 2017, hanno chiesto a noi informatici di farne parte perché non poteva essere una cosa puramente gestionale. Nel 2017, come ti raccontavo prima, i meeting dell'osservatorio erano di 15 persone, ma di cui 10 erano praticamente gli organizzatori. Oggi ci sono 55-60 aziende che sono che supportano l'osservatorio, ma la cosa che per me è veramente più incredibile è che quando ci sono questi meeting, anche di presentazione delle aziende, le persone delle aziende che sono lì, loro parlano di reinforcement learning. E io che dovrei essere scienziato dico, cavolo, questa è una rivoluzione incredibile, cioè nel giro di 6 anni si è passati da prendere appunti e dire chissà cos'è questa roba all'azienda che parla di questi concetti.
Assolutamente.
Va bene, allora io passerei al secondo ospite che è Maddalena. Maddalena è Chief Data Office di Poste Italiane, no comment su Poste Italiane, però c'è un elemento fondamentale, cioè nel senso che tutti sanno che cosa è Poste Italiane, ma l'elemento fondamentale sono i dati. Forse Poste Italiane ha la quantità più ampia, almeno a livello italiano, di dati. Quindi quello che vorrei chiedere a Maddalena è, mi confermi questa cosa, quali sono le problematiche, quali sono le cose che voi pensate di poter andare poi a sviluppare con questi dati?
Sono riuscita? Funziona? Sì. Allora, grazie. Grazie innanzitutto per avermi ospitato, è stata una bellissima esperienza di, come lo chiamate, trasferimento università-azienda, almeno per me, in questi 2 giorni. Come diceva Nicola, in Poste sono il data office e il mio compito in azienda è quello di supportare la trasformazione di Poste Italiane, che più o meno nel corso degli anni, ma poi con maggiore intensità dal 2017, ha deciso di diventare un'azienda che veramente mette il cliente e il cliente cittadino al centro, garantendogli un'esperienza attraverso i molteplici canali. E quindi di fatto sono un tipo di data office, perché ci sono vari tipi di data office nell'azienda, con un forte mandato a comprendere meglio il cliente per servirlo meglio. E ho accettato la sfida perché in effetti Poste è l'azienda più ricca di dati che io abbia mai frequentato, e un anno che sono in Poste sono ancora spaventata dai dati. Innanzitutto la base cliente rappresenta quasi fedelmente la popolazione italiana. Adesso vi do qualche numero per darvi un'idea, sono tutti numeri pubblici perché sono del Capital Market Day di Poste, poi by the way li calcolo io, però poi sono raccontati anche dall'amministratore delegato. Innanzitutto è un'azienda, è la più grossa azienda italiana multi-industry, sono 136.000 dipendenti in Poste, overall. È il servizio universale dei pacchi e della corrispondenza, per cui uno vede i postini, però è anche il risparmio degli italiani, offre servizi bancari, in particolare il distributore del risparmio postale, di Cassa Depositi e Prestito. È, non so se tutti ci avete fatto caso, il più grosso istituto di pagamento, il più grosso issuer. È un operatore di telecomunicazioni che si colloca tra i più grandi, è il primo o il secondo assicuratore vita, è nell'assicurazione danni, da febbraio è entrato nel mercato dell'energia e di fatto si avvia a diventare un'azienda di piattaforma. E quindi è anche complesso per chi fa la profilazione della customer base come me capire i vari clienti che aspetto di Poste stanno apprezzando. Ha 35 milioni di clienti e soprattutto è al 94% delle identità digitali del SPID, quindi è anche un provider di identità digitali in questo momento, anche se sul tema dei SPID non commento su aspetti diciamo più legati alla politica. Quindi abbiamo di fatto 35 milioni di clienti dei servizi finanziari, a cui si sommano altri 8 milioni di clienti esclusivisti per i servizi energy, telecomunicazioni e identità digitali, che interagiscono con 13.000 uffici postali. I comuni italiani, se non mi sbaglio, sono intorno ai 7.000. Sono rimasti l'unico presidio sostanzialmente, ora che chiudono gli uffici postali, per l'inclusione finanziaria dei piccoli centri. E 58.000 punti Poste, perché adesso Poste ha acquisito anche la rete dei tabaccai LIS. Quindi, per farvi un'idea, questi sono tutti i conti che facciamo noi come data office. Ciascun cittadino italiano, il 97% dei cittadini italiani può raggiungere un punto Poste in 5 minuti. Poi, se volete, ci sono i dettagli su come facciamo le analisi geografiche, se considerando le distanze geografiche, le distanze, abbiamo in tutti i modi possibili e immaginabili, il conto viene più o meno sempre quello. E quindi, per conseguenza, noi tracciamo fondamentalmente 20 milioni di interazioni al giorno, quindi molte delle quali riconosciute. È impressionante. E poi il dato completamente, diciamo, quello che proprio, almeno a me che vengo dal mondo tecnico, mi ha fatto capitolare sulla decisione di lavorare in Poste è che abbiamo 2 miliardi e mezzo di transazioni di pagamento, proprio perché siamo il più grosso issuer, e il pagamento con la carta di credito, col bollettino o con l'SDD, quindi sono praticamente il sensore della vita degli italiani. Cioè, è vero, ci sono, diciamo, i wearable, ci sono l'IoT, ma gli strumenti di pagamento ti dicono esattamente dove sei, di cosa hai bisogno, e quindi è proprio... E quindi di fatto stiamo parlando di dimensioni mostruose e praticamente qualunque statistica io faccia, il punto di riferimento sono le statistiche Istat sulla popolazione italiana. E quindi questo, diciamo, condivido il mio entusiasmo per la sfida, diciamo, che abbiamo come team dati in Poste, però, diciamo, ovviamente non è tutt'oro quel che luccica, perché tutti questi dati sono raccolti in sistemi informativi stratificati, quindi alcuni sono legati alle nuove interfacce digitali, quindi alle app, quindi sono di nuova generazione, altri invece sono nei sistemi legacy, perché ovviamente non è pensabile con tutta questa varietà di servizi portare tutto su sistemi di nuova generazione. E quindi in realtà il primo grande scoglio da affrontare come data office in Poste, prima di ragionare in termini di modelli di intelligenza artificiale, è definire la strategia dei dati, cioè proprio capire come fare diciamo, come predisporre le architetture tecnologiche, i modelli operativi attraverso i quali raccogliere, gestire e valorizzare i dati. E su questo c'è una storia molto lunga, fu fatta nel tempo una delle più grosse progettualità di Enterprise Data Warehouse su uno dei sistemi più quotati di MPP, di Massive Parallel Processing, e tuttavia, diciamo, ci siamo scontrati sulla difficoltà di abilitare l'analisi cross dominio, che è quella che veramente consente di trarre valore dai dati attraverso l'adozione di tecniche di machine learning. Quindi il punto vero non è stato tanto, la complessità non è tanto fare sistemi di intelligenza artificiale su domini limitati e su dati limitati, ma riuscire a valorizzare l'analisi cross dominio per offrire davvero un'esperienza diversa al cliente. E quindi Poste ha deciso di superare tutti quegli scogli legati alla regolamentazione, alla compliance, e di fare in maniera consapevole un passaggio verso soluzioni di big data di tipo cloud, che è quindi il percorso che stiamo avendo. E oltre a questo abbiamo, da un punto di vista di data governance, quindi parlo dal punto di vista di modelli di data governance, deciso di adottare un approccio distribuito. Quindi abbiamo deciso di adottare il framework della data mesh, che non è tanto, diciamo, non è soltanto un approccio tecnologico, ma, diciamo, l'ho sentito menzionare l'altro giorno, è anche proprio un approccio sociotecnico alla gestione del dato, per assicurarci che i dati vengano resi accessibili e ne venga valutata e garantita la qualità dagli esperti di dominio. proprio per consentire da una parte l'accessibilità e la qualità e poi per abilitare diciamo, l'interazione cross dominio. E in questo senso, per farlo seriamente, abbiamo acquisito una società specializzata proprio nell'ambito del data engineering con framework data mesh che si chiama Agile Lab, che è parte del gruppo Poste e sulla quale facciamo molto perno proprio per riuscire a rivedere il modo con cui gestiamo i dati.
Grazie Maddalena. Allora, chiederei a Carlo. Carlo è professore, coordinatore delle attività di AI, probabilmente non vorrei dire una stupidata, ma sei anche direttore del programma di PhD, poi ci dai tu i dettagli, dell'ospedale San Raffaele di Milano. Ora la domanda è: perché un ospedale? Perché, come Carlo ci racconterà, Artificial Intelligence diventa chiave non solo come utilizzo, ma anche per investire e creare tecnologia di utilizzo all'interno ovviamente dell'ospedale.
Sì, grazie Nicola. Io prima di tutto sono un medico e sono un oncologo e ho sottoscritto il giuramento di Ippocrate, e questo è alla base delle motivazioni che mi hanno portato. Non sono un'intelligenza artificiale, quindi di fatto non ne capisco un accidente. Intelligenza artificiale, ho solo capito che può servire a farmi fare meglio il mio mestiere, e l'osservazione di partenza è che ci sono una marea di dati che vengono raccolti da pazienti. Considerate che solo il San Raffaele ha 1,5 milioni di pazienti, di accesso ai pazienti l'anno. Raccogliamo un'enorme quantità di dati, sappiamo come analizzarli, perché l'intelligenza artificiale ci può analizzarli, ma poi di fatto quando io sono seduto di fronte a un paziente non ce l'ho il tasto rosso che schiaccio e mi esce l'oroscopo e mi dice che fine fa quel paziente. Qual è il motivo per cui non abbiamo soluzioni di intelligenza artificiale, se non in alcune aree, che possono essere l'area dell'imaging, dove forse è un po' più facile estrarre dei dati? L'idea che mi sono fatto è che viviamo due mondi separati. Da un lato ci sono quelli che, scusate, io chiamo intelligenze artificiali per distinguerli da quelli che ancora usano il residuo di intelligenza naturale che sono io. L'intelligenza artificiale, secondo me, per come la vedo io, è stata sviluppata cercando di modellizzare processi creati dall'uomo. Se io prendo una macchina e voglio farla guidare da sola, la macchina l'ho fatta io, le strade le ho fatte io, i segnali li ho fatti io, le regole le ho fatte io, posso trovare un deficiente che cammina a controsenso, però di fatto lo posso prevedere. Io di come si sviluppa un tumore non so un accidente, di come funziona il corpo umano non so un accidente. Ci sono una serie di variabili che io non posso né prevedere, ma non so neanche che esistono. Quindi un sistema di intelligenza artificiale basato su simulazione è complicato da applicare nell'ambito della sanità. Detto questo, evidentemente però è possibile analizzare una serie di dati. Allora, qual è il contesto? Io sono molto orgoglioso di vivere in un paese che ha un sistema sanitario pubblico universalistico. Da cittadino mi rendo conto che, che questo sistema funziona non a risorse illimitate, quindi le risorse sono limitate. Poi viviamo in un paese dove metà della popolazione non fa il proprio dovere, ma di fatto con le risorse limitate che abbiamo dobbiamo mantenere questo sistema sanitario. Siamo un paese che non produce terapie, le nuove terapie costano una barca di soldi. E noi non possiamo non offrire queste terapie ai pazienti, quindi dobbiamo rendere più efficiente il sistema. E qui viene il punto, quindi il mio obiettivo è rendere più efficiente il sistema sanitario e quindi il mio lavoro di medico. Vi faccio un esempio che vi spiega anche la transizione che la medicina sta vivendo in questo momento. Noi abbiamo per lungo tempo concentrato le nostre attività nel curare malattie. Il fatto è che sempre di più ci stiamo rendendo conto che le malattie sono specifiche per i singoli pazienti. E vi faccio un esempio. Se io prendo soggetti che hanno un tumore al polmone, esistono diversi tipi di tumore al polmone, ne prendo uno, si chiama non a piccole cellule. Di questo ne prendo una sottocoorte che produce una proteina, si chiama PDL1, ok? Fa una cosa molto semplice, dice al sistema immunitario non uccidere il tumore, farlo campare, così che il sistema immunitario del paziente non attacca il tumore. Abbiamo una terapia che colpisce quella proteina, per cui se io inibisco quella proteina, il sistema immunitario del paziente attacca il tumore. Ora voi direte, stesso tumore, stessa proteina, stessa terapia, 100% di risposta. No, 45%. Perché il 55% non risponde se hanno esattamente la stessa malattia? perché evidentemente ci sono delle variabilità individuali del tumore che io ancora non conosco o del paziente che io ancora non conosco, legate a stili di vita, ambiente, genomica, quello che volete. Ma fatto sta che quel soggetto, quel paziente, non è la malattia, è Mario Rossi con quella malattia. Questa si chiama medicina personalizzata. Ora io posso raccogliere dati e la gran parte dei dati che noi stiamo raccogliendo sono in formato digitale, ma allora perché non li posso utilizzare? Per poterli utilizzare ho bisogno dell'intelligenza artificiale. Allora perché il San Raffaele? E qui c'è un moto di orgoglio, scusatemi, ma io ci sono arrivato a San Raffaele e ci sono andato per questo, se no non ci andavo. Il San Raffaele è il miglior ospedale di ricerca italiano e lo dicono i numeri. Il 55% dell'impact factor, che è la misurazione della produzione scientifica di un ambiente, il 55% di tutti gli RCCS italiani è prodotto dal San Raffaele. Il San Raffaele ha nel proprio DNA il fatto che la ricerca deve essere traslata sulla clinica. Quindi noi dobbiamo traslare quello che facciamo nella ricerca al letto del paziente. Questo significa che l'ambiente del San Raffaele è già preparato a fare ricerche, ad analizzare i dati in un certo modo. Per questo il San Raffaele, che ha queste caratteristiche, pur essendo un ospedale privato, ha investito risorse perché ritiene che, essendo un leader hospital in Italia, deve in qualche maniera guidare la strada verso un percorso di applicazione di intelligenza artificiale nel contesto di un ospedale. Se io guardo la letteratura scientifica, ho decine di migliaia di lavori che definiscono fattori prognostici di varie malattie. Ce ne fosse uno che io posso utilizzare in clinica. La complessità di un ospedale è tale che io devo sapere dove andarmi a prendere i dati. Io devo sapere come analizzare quei dati, devo avere accanto a me gli esperti che hanno sviluppato una conoscenza sulla specifica malattia per poter utilizzare quei dati. E questo mi ha portato a capire che il fallimento di una serie di consorzi internazionali in questo ambito qua è legato proprio a questo, alla mancato deployment in un contesto ospedaliero, ed è quello che noi abbiamo voluto fare. Per cui il San Raffaele ha deciso di investire proprie risorse in questa cosa. Il San Raffaele poi è parte di un gruppo, che è il gruppo San Donato, che è il 6° gruppo sanitario europeo, comprende 21 ospedali, quindi noi già ci stiamo attrezzando perché quello che poi avrò modo di spiegarlo dopo, successivamente stiamo sviluppando, possa essere integrato in una rete di ospedali e noi speriamo che questo possa portare un vantaggio al Paese. Ovviamente ci sono una serie di problemi da superare, ma il fatto stesso che noi ci chiamiamo San Raffaele ci permette per esempio di avere nello steering committee del programma di intelligenza artificiale che abbiamo attivato un rappresentante del garante della privacy che ci aiuterà a risolvere tutta una serie di problemi legati alla privacy. Non vogliamo essere autarchici, però ci siamo resi conto che qualcuno deve prendere in mano questo aspetto che fino ad ora è parcellizzato in piccole soluzioni che però non stanno portando il Paese, non stanno portando un beneficio al Paese. Chiudo dicendovi che abbiamo nella comune pratica medica una serie di dati che per motivi di tempo noi non possiamo utilizzare. Se io guardo al lavoro del radiologo in ambito cardiovascolare, tutta una serie di parametri che sono lì, il radiologo non li può prendere in considerazione perché non ha il tempo nella tempistica che gli viene assegnata. Noi veniamo rimborsati su una visita oncologica che deve durare non più di 15 minuti. In 15 minuti io devo vedere il paziente, devo capire che cosa ha, devo visitarlo, devo dargli una terapia e gli devo dare l'appuntamento per la volta successiva. Capite che l'analisi di tutti i dati diventa complicato. Okay? Quindi non solo c'è una necessità di prevedere quali pazienti risponderanno a una terapia, io voglio sapere quali pazienti con tumore al polmone risponderanno a quella terapia. Perché? Perché risparmio 100.000 euro a paziente, perché evito di dargli effetti collaterali che non merita, perché quella terapia non gli serve. E in più so quali pazienti non risponderanno e quella è la coorte sui pazienti sui quali io posso testare una terapia alternativa. Attualmente non la posso sperimentare perché non so su chi sperimentarla, non li posso distinguere dagli altri. E queste sono le ragioni che ci stanno spingendo a, guidare questa strada, se posso dirlo con un po' di immodestia. Ma essendo napoletano, ho vinto il campionato d'Italia, posso fare quello che voglio a questo punto.
Carlo, ti chiedo veramente una pillola di 2-3 minuti se ci racconti un caso di successo che avete sviluppato a San Raffaele.
Sì, grazie Nicola. Allora, noi questa avventura è capitata assolutamente per caso, io faccio un altro mestiere ovviamente. Durante il Covid il San Raffaele, a differenza di altre realtà private, ha chiuso l'ospedale e l'ha totalmente dedicato al Covid. Abbiamo fatto investimenti nel creare nuove terapie intensive, abbiamo ricoverato 22.000 persone, 22.000 pazienti. Qual era la realtà nei pronto soccorso? Entravi nel pronto soccorso ed erano saturi di pazienti con sintomi riconducibili al Covid. Li ricoveravamo tutti. Perché? Perché non avevamo le conoscenze per capire quali pazienti avrebbero sviluppato una forma grave o una forma lieve di Covid. Quelli che avrebbero sviluppato una forma lieve li scoprivamo dopo, alla fine del decorso della malattia. Se l'avessimo saputo prima, avremmo liberato posti in ospedale. Così col mio amico e collega Antonio Esposito, che è il vice direttore scientifico dell'ospedale, ma è un professore di radiologia, 43 anni, un mezzo genio, avevamo già cominciato a lavorare su imaging per estrarre parametri che fossero predittivi dall'imaging, dall'attacco torace. Però a quel punto ho detto chiamo Microsoft e ho chiamato Veronica Jager, che conoscevo, che era la responsabile Microsoft Europe Healthcare, e dicendo Veronica, noi in 30 minuti io devo trovare una soluzione che in 30 minuti dall'arrivo del paziente in ospedale mi dice se quel paziente lo devo mandare a casa, magari con un monitoraggio costante, o lo ricovero. Perché? Perché noi non abbiamo ricoverato più malati oncologici, malati cardiovascolari. L'ospedale era solo per pazienti Covid. Abbiamo messo insieme una squadra, Microsoft ci ha messo a disposizione un gruppo nel US, un gruppo in Europa e 2 aziende in Italia, abbiamo applicato per un finanziamento e nel giro di 6 mesi abbiamo sviluppato una piattaforma. Per piattaforma non intendo solo aver tirato fuori quali parametri erano predittivi. C'era la piattaforma con l'interfaccia grafica, con un meccanismo tipo Siri, perché eravamo in ambienti ristretti in cui non puoi toccare niente, per cui parlavi con la macchina, un'app sul cellulare, il paziente arrivava in pronto soccorso, venivano inseriti 5 parametri, 3 età, sesso e saturazione di ossigeno, 2 estratti automaticamente mediante un sistema di convolutional neural network dall'attacco toracica di un paziente. Vi possono raccontare quello che vogliono, un'attacco toracica senza contrasto ci vogliono 10 minuti. Okay? Avevamo 2 TAC dedicate, il paziente arriva, dai 3 dati iniziali, viene mandato alla TAC, le DICOM della TAC, cioè le immagini grezze, venivano immesse nella piattaforma, 30-40 minuti dopo il medico riceveva sull'app un messaggio che diceva questo paziente è classificato come medio, lieve, grave o medio. Abbiamo chiesto l'approvazione alla Regione Lombardia che ci ha dato l'approvazione, abbiamo fatto una validazione prima sui pazienti della seconda ondata, su 260 pazienti ne abbiamo beccati 259 correttamente, uno è morto per una crisi leucemica acuta che non aveva a che fare col Covid, quindi 100% di efficacy della piattaforma. Quando eravamo pronti per fare lo studio sui 5 ospedali, purtroppo sono arrivati i vaccini e ci hanno rotto le uova nel paniere e quindi per fortuna ovviamente, potrei dire che potevo diventare Novax a quel punto perché con la fatica che avevamo fatto comunque ci hanno per fortuna ridotto. Però abbiamo imparato una cosa, che questa piattaforma che era in grado di analizzare i dati partendo dai parametri che noi abbiamo sviluppato poteva essere applicato ad altro. Quindi abbiamo fatto un accordo con Microsoft per 4 milioni, stiamo creando a luglio abbiamo il deployment, una piattaforma di interoperabilità che è in grado di catturare tutti i dati sanitari presenti nell'ospedale, per esempio con sistemi di text analytics for health, cioè riusciamo a leggere i PDF, estraiamo i dati, li classifichiamo secondo le classificazioni UMLS, SNOMED, DOLOIN, che sono le classiche classificazioni internazionali. Questi vengono trasferiti in un data lake, so che non lo devo chiamare data lake, ma a me viene di chiamarlo così, in un data lake. Abbiamo un'interfaccia che ci permette di disegnare studi partendo direttamente dai parametri, quindi posso disegnare le corti. Una volta che l'approvazione del comitato etico, dei sistemi di AutoML generano modelli di machine learning rispetto alla domanda che volevo generare in automatico. In maniera semi-automatica sviluppiamo modelli white box tipo alberi decisionali, che sono quelli che noi possiamo usare in clinica, mentre i modelli black box ci servono soprattutto per lo sviluppo di attività di ricerca. Il contratto con Microsoft durerà 3 anni, abbiamo messo in campo un reclutamento di 11 tra data scientist e data analyst per sviluppare questi progetti. L'anno prossimo partirà un corso di laurea magistrale in computer science insieme al Politecnico di Milano e mi sto attivando per fare un dottorato di ricerca, perché poi c'è da creare la mentalità nell'utilizzo di queste tecnologie. E questo è il nostro, diciamo, caso di studio.
Ti ringrazio, Carlo. Il prossimo speaker è Francesco Severonucci da Engineering. Tra l'altro non solo engineering, ma tu sei anche esperto, hai expert in EU. Ci dai un racconto di quello che fate esattamente in engineering e poi un caso di studio che, se ricordo bene, è inerente a fake news.
Buonasera, grazie mille e sono molto contento di essere qui. Sono contento di parlare dopo il dottore e il professore perché il mio background è in Artificial Intelligence, sono tra virgolette un tecnico. 30 anni fa, Daniele lo sa, ero alla Sapienza, ho fatto la tesi in intelligenza artificiale e quindi vengo dal mondo, diciamo, appunto dei tecnici, però penso che gli utenti siano la cosa di cui abbiamo maggiore bisogno e maggiore necessità e quindi abbiamo visto come la prospettiva dell'utente è quella certamente più interessante per noi, almeno per noi dentro Engineering, una società molto grande italiana che sta crescendo sempre più, è un po' questa l'intenzione. Io sono direttore del laboratorio della società sostenibile, Sustainable Society Lab, e quindi già capite che il nostro approccio dell'intelligenza artificiale è verso una società per l'utilizzo, per andare in una società più sostenibile, sotto tanti punti di vista. Tu dicevi che questa sessione non riguarda la regolamentazione, io invece penso di sì, perché noi abbiamo bisogno di questa regolamentazione. Mi è piaciuto che l'intervento è iniziato col giocamento di Ippocrate, forse noi avevamo bisogno di un giocamento di Ippocrate per tutti quelli che si occupano di intelligenza artificiale. E purtroppo, naturalmente, il giocamento di Ippocrate penso che sia così conosciuto, così importante e così antico. Oggi noi invece siamo in un settore che è molto, anche se non nasce dal 2017 naturalmente, no? Ma come molti di quelli che sono qui sanno bene, ha delle radici profonde, però antiche, certo non come il giuramento di Ippocrate. Dico questo perché io ho vissuto anche il winter dell'intelligenza artificiale, quindi penso che noi qui dobbiamo in qualche modo lavorare per evitare che ci sia, no? Di nuovo una situazione del genere, no? Quando si crea questa aspettativa così alte da un punto di vista magari di chi non ha poi perfettamente conoscenza delle cose, può essere pericoloso. Allora, come evitare questo? Noi, lo dicevo prima, cerchiamo di costruire un AI for good e quindi di applicarla in una serie di settori che possono portare dei benefici per la società e dei benefici per gli utenti, in modo il più possibile immediato. Abbiamo diversi progetti anche per la sanità, naturalmente, ma non sono io che me ne occupo. Io mi occupo soprattutto di progetti per l'efficientamento energetico. Abbiamo molti progetti che studiano, che provano a utilizzare il machine learning per migliorare l'efficienza energetica. Sapete tutti che il tema del climate change è un tema importantissimo. Penso che possa essere, e dai nostri risultati che sono sicuramente molto positivi, è uno dei temi che può essere. L'intelligenza artificiale è uno dei settori applicativi, quello dell'efficienza energetica, che può essere molto efficace, dove l'intelligenza artificiale può essere molto efficace. Certo, oggi abbiamo discusso molti temi, sicuramente anche il tema di che cos'è l'intelligenza artificiale, no? Oggi si parla molto di machine learning, io penso che sia anche però si ha anche di più, naturalmente. Noi, per quanto riguarda l'efficienza energetica, solitamente è soprattutto comunque di analytics e il machine learning, che possono essere usati in tante declinazioni, a partire dagli edifici, ma per andare anche al distretto, alle città, eccetera. L'altro settore che è interessante, non so se è un caso di successo, tu l'hai citato, ma mi fa piacere menzionarlo perché appunto una società sostenibile non è sostenibile solo da un punto di vista energetico, ma anche dal punto di vista dei cittadini. E un elemento importante è oggi quello della disinformazione. Noi abbiamo pensato che potesse essere un settore applicativo per l'intelligenza artificiale nuovo, ma interessante. Siamo partiti nel 2016 con un progetto, all'epoca forse si parlava ancora molto si parlava di big data, quindi è stato un progetto di intelligenza artificiale, ma all'epoca era stato cofinanziato dalla Commissione nell'ambito big data. Abbiamo pensato che si potesse utilizzare la tecnologia di big data per contrastare il fenomeno delle fake news e della disinformazione. E quindi abbiamo cominciato a sperimentare, utilizzando poi varie tecnologie nell'ambito dell'intelligenza artificiale, dall'image processing, natural language processing, ma anche capire se fosse possibile analizzare dei pattern di propagazione delle fake news. Questo ci ha fatto anche capire tante cose. Non lo chiamerei un progetto cioè è stato un progetto di successo, anche se la tecnologia è molto difficile perché le fake news sono veramente complesse, no? Abbiamo lavorato sempre vicini agli utenti, abbiamo scoperto per esempio che ci possono essere fake news che possono essere, diciamo, considerate da un'agenzia di stampa che sono false, ma la notizia la deve dare. Faccio un esempio velocemente perché penso che il tempo sia poco, ma se qualcuno dice la regina ha appoggiato la Brexit, anzi Boris Johnson o comunque qualsiasi politica ha detto che la regina ha appoggiato la Brexit. Allora questa è una notizia vera perché lui l'ha detto, però naturalmente non è vero che la regina avesse appoggiato la Brexit, quindi è molto complesso come settore. Però abbiamo scoperto anche tante cose, per esempio l'importanza dell'explicability, perché tutti gli utenti ci hanno detto sì, intanto che non è mai possibile fare un sistema automatico per il riconoscimento delle fake news, quindi abbiamo cominciato a pensare a qualcosa che potesse aiutare il giornalista. E qui mi ricollego a quello che diceva prima il dottore, il problema è il tempo, perché il giornalista riceve le informazioni e deve capire quali sono quelle da attenzionare e ha un problema di tempo. Secondo me questo è un elemento molto importante nell'utilizzo delle tecnologie dell'intelligenza artificiale. Noi dobbiamo pensare a qualcosa che possa aiutare appunto in relazione al tempo, non solo per la medicina, non solo per le fake news, ma in generale secondo me in molti contesti. Magari questo è utile da spiegare anche alle PMI che può aiutarli in quest'ambito. Quindi abbiamo capito che serviva comunque la decisione finale del giornalista, del professionista. Però dice va bene, io ti dico che questa immagine potrebbe essere stata manipolata, poi tu indaga. Dice no, io voglio sapere perché. Questo all'inizio a me sembrava, perché dato che non viene presa una decisione, dico tu poi fai te l'indagine, però poi ho capito che in realtà è un elemento importante, perché quando qualcuno cerca sul navigatore la strada di casa e se il navigatore gli dice guarda oggi solitamente è di là, vai dall'altra parte, nessuno lo fa. Tutti vogliamo sapere perché mi stai dicendo, c'è un incidente, c'è un problema. Quindi questo è un elemento importante per la parte di regolazione. Quindi poi abbiamo sviluppato dei progetti anche successivi, ma penso che adesso il tempo sia un po' limitato. Per cui un caso di successo perché abbiamo scoperto un nuovo settore di indagine di utilizzo dell'intelligenza artificiale, poi è stato anche promosso dalla Commissione che ha fatto delle call specifiche su questo e abbiamo scoperto anche un sacco di insegnamenti dal punto di vista per come si può utilizzare l'intelligenza artificiale.
Grazie Francesco. Ultima testimonianza, Mirko Lalle, che è founder e CEO di Datapil e che è anche poi Chief Group Digital Strategy Officer di Amaware. Tu hai una realtà diversa rispetto a quella che hai raccontato finora qui, di fatto stiamo parlando di una startup spin-off, situazione piccola, e ti chiederei un tuo feedback, la tua esperienza in merito e poi di raccontarci esattamente dove l'intelligenza artificiale ti sta dando valore all'interno della tua azienda.
Eccomi, grazie mille Nicola, intanto buonasera a tutti, sono un po' intimorito dopo parlare dopo tutti questi che hanno parlato prima di me e noi siamo decisamente la realtà più piccola. Io sono il fondatore, l'amministratore delegato di una società, non è più una startup, che oggi si chiama Datapil, siamo nati nel 2014 con il nome di Travelapil e la società si occupa fin dall'inizio, ha sempre usato l'intelligenza artificiale internamente, ma l'intelligenza artificiale non ha mai fatto parte della nostra value proposition, cioè non abbiamo mai venduto intelligenza artificiale, anzi a un certo punto abbiamo spostato la value proposition sul dato per un motivo, che magari poi vi racconto anche. Che cosa facciamo? Noi raccogliamo centinaia di fonti dati, in gran parte sono dati pubblici, li analizziamo con una serie di tecnologie, in parte proprietarie, in parte tecnologie di mercato, tecnologie di intelligenza artificiale ma anche analytics, e cerchiamo di estrarre dell'informazione e del valore da queste informazioni che restituiamo sotto forma leggibile. Il nostro motto è democratizzazione e semplificazione, in forma leggibile alle PMI, ai territori. Inizialmente la società si chiamava Travelapil perché siamo partiti con un posizionamento molto forte sul mondo del turismo e delle destinazioni che rimane ancora oggi. L'80% circa del nostro fatturato viene ancora da questo settore. Poi a un certo punto sono successe delle cose e abbiamo iniziato a lavorare anche per il mondo finance e per il mondo retail, esattamente con gli stessi dati, esattamente con le stesse tecnologie. Qual è il valore che porta l'intelligenza artificiale? Beh, noi non saremmo esistiti, intanto. Però un ragionamento un po' più alto, mi ricollego un po' a quello che ho sentito prima, no? Ci sono due step secondo me, c'è uno step puramente di cultura e uno step di UX, nel senso tutte le tecnologie, se ci riflettete, per diventare davvero usabili a un certo punto, diffuse in maniera democratica anche nelle imprese, nella popolazione, devono un po' scomparire. Devono cioè passare quel livello di accettazione che le rende così normali nel loro uso da non essere più percepite come una frizione. Ecco, ancora dal punto di vista dell'intelligenza artificiale ce n'è un po' di strada da fare. Noi nel nostro piccolo volevamo fare questo, cioè volevamo essere un po' dei mediatori culturali per fornire non l'intelligenza artificiale, non gliene frega nulla agli hotel, ai ristoranti, ai consorzi turistici di avere un pezzo di intelligenza artificiale. Loro volevano sapere chi arriva nel loro territorio, quanto tempo sta, dove va, cosa gli piace ai francesi, cosa piace ai tedeschi, cosa piace agli italiani, di cosa si lamentano. Tutte cose che però per tirar fuori dalla mole di dati, in gran parte big data, informi, abbiamo avuto bisogno di tanta intelligenza artificiale, anche senza dirlo, e questo è già un esempio assolutamente pratico. Noi raccogliamo centinaia di fonti e con un mix di tecnologie di intelligenza artificiale le usiamo per rendere leggibili, utili, azionabili un mare di dati che altrimenti non lo sarebbe. Vi faccio un esempio concreto e poi vi dico anche perché abbiamo cambiato nome, che credo che sia rilevante. Tra l'altro c'è anche posta in questo cambio nome, così. Caramba, questa non era preparata. L'esempio concreto è, ad esempio, abbiamo iniziato a usare, a costruire degli indicatori sintetici di alto livello, utilizzando i dati che avevamo più altre fonti, per raccontare un fenomeno complesso in maniera semplice. Abbiamo appena pubblicato, tra l'altro abbiamo pubblicato anche un paper su questo, un indicatore che si chiama Destination Sustainability Index, che va a misurare, attenzione non certificare, va a misurare, perché dice di enti di certificazione della sostenibilità dei territori ce ne sono quanti volete. Si compila un form, si dice che si stanno facendo una serie di cose e ricevete il bollino di certificazione. Poi mi sfugge come fate ad esempio a fare benchmark, visto che sono tutti self-assessment, è praticamente impossibile, questo anche per le aziende, è esattamente lo stesso problema. Noi abbiamo avuto un approccio esattamente opposto, proviamo a capire quali sono i dati misurabili tra le centinaia di fonti dati che abbiamo, e abbiamo preso tutti i dati che avevamo in pancia, i dati online, le fonti satellitari, gli open data, gli ascolto della rete, abbiamo messo tutto assieme e abbiamo provato a costruire un indicatore che misura la sostenibilità della destinazione su 4 scale, misura l'impatto socio-economico, l'overtourism, misura e così via, e l'abbiamo rimappato usando i Big Tile, quindi su scala globale, e questo ci permette in maniera semplice di avere un unico indicatore che si può applicare in qualsiasi parte del mondo. Quindi potete misurare e anche fare benchmark di quanto è sostenibile. Ovviamente il metro può essere migliorato, ma se il metro è sbagliato per tutti, quindi fino a quando non ci sarà un metro migliore questo rimane valido. Quanto è sostenibile un territorio rispetto a un altro, un'azienda rispetto a un'altra, un brand rispetto ad un altro brand, perché l'abbiamo fatto su più livelli. Ecco, questo approccio senza un uso di machine learning, di deep learning e di intelligenza artificiale non sarebbe stato possibile. Una piccola nota a chiusura: il motivo per cui abbiamo cambiato nome è che a un certo punto abbiamo scoperto che quello che stavamo facendo per il mondo del turismo era interessante anche in altri settori. In particolare sono arrivati alcuni soggetti importanti, è arrivato Banca Intesa, è arrivato Unicredit, è arrivato anche Poste con un progetto importante, che erano interessati ai dati che avevamo, le banche per un motivo molto semplice. Noi raccoglievamo fin dal primo momento dati di percezione online, che processavamo con un nostro sistema di Natural Language Processing per capire il sentiment su varie scale, no? Percezione di dati online e la popolarità di tutti i punti di interesse di tutte le categorie. Beh, se ci pensate è abbastanza naturale l'assioma, esistono decine di studi, il più celebre è quello del 2014 della Convegno University, che correlano la reputazione online, stavo per dire, ma online ormai non è un termine da aggiungere più, la reputazione con le revenue. Quindi per una banca, per un istituto finanziario, avere un indicatore che è quasi predittivo al confronto di quelli che usano normalmente, perché se tu hai buone recensioni e comunichi bene, hai più probabilità di fatturare di più. E di fatto oggi i nostri dati sono in tutti gli algoritmi di credit scoring e di risk assessment delle principali banche italiane, e questa è una cosa che non avevamo progettato. Però è interessante come un dato che avevamo pensato con un altro uso si è rivelato importante anche in un altro mercato, così importante che abbiamo cambiato nome e abbiamo continuato a crescere. Poi a un certo punto è successa un'altra cosa, è successo OpenAI, cioè è successo ChatGPT, e abbiamo detto, beh, a questo punto non ne abbiamo mai parlato, ma sarà quasi il caso di inserire anche qualche frammento di AI nella nostra value proposition, e abbiamo riprogettato una serie di nostri strumenti utilizzando questa tecnologia in modo che è molto compatibile con la nostra vision, no? Democratizzazione e semplificazione. Cosa c'è di più semplice di avere qualcosa che ti traduce una dashboard semplicissima, ma comunque una dashboard, in qualcosa di testuale ancora più semplice e ancora più azionabile? E quindi abbiamo iniziato a rendere un po' più esplicito la tecnologia che usavamo, ma per motivi puramente di marketing.
Ti ringrazio Mirko. Allora abbiamo sforato leggermente, sarei rimasto qui a parlare, ma come qualcuno di voi sa, ho stasera il saggio delle bimbe a teatro, quindi devo fuggire immediatamente. Ringrazio i miei ospiti, cioè i nostri ospiti, perdonatemi, ringrazio anche tutti voi e ci vediamo forse l'anno prossimo in un altro evento di questo tipo.
Allora, piccolo cambio di programma. Noi eravamo previsti nell'ultima sessione, veniamo anticipati un pochino, il tempo di risolvere qualche problema tecnico. Non eravamo emozionalmente preparati, avevamo ancora un'ora di gap. Ma...
Non solo non sono preparati, non hanno finito le slide.
No,
l'avete finite le slide?
L'abbiamo finite. Chiedo al collaboratore che le sta facendo dietro le quinte intanto di accelerare un pochino.
Spostiamo l'intervento di Bonifei alle 4:10, cioè c'è stata necessaria una sincronizzazione, per cui tanto raccontateci la sintesi del workshop e poi vi interrompiamo e avremo l'intervento.
Se rimane un po' di
suspense per la fine.
Per chi non era presente ieri e l'altro ieri vi facciamo un rapidissimo riassunto. Chiara Boldrini, IT, CNR.
Salvo Rinzivillo, ISTI, CNR.
Non l'avevamo manco preparata, guarda. Improvvisata. Vai, inizia pure.
Allora, buon pomeriggio a tutti. Io e Salvo abbiamo fatto da workshop General Chairs per Italia 2023 e nell'ultima sessione tecnica della conferenza vi raccontiamo un po' cosa è stato detto durante i workshop dei 2 giorni precedenti. Allora, questi workshop nascono da una call for contributions, dove l'idea era di mettere in luce quali erano i contributi principali, le attività principali dei centri di ricerca, università, aziende, pubbliche amministrazioni su target domain application per l'AI. Abbiamo identificato, insieme ovviamente a tutto l'organizing committee e allo steering committee, queste aree di applicazione: cyber security, education, finance and commerce, health, industry, media and games, public administration, responsible and trustworthy AI, and AI for sustainability. In più il 10° workshop è un workshop un po' speciale, poi vi racconteremo le caratteristiche, è il workshop dell'AI Technology Center. Quest'anno abbiamo 2 workshop newcomers, Education and Media and Games, quindi la prima edizione di questi workshop è nata un po' dall'esigenza di mettere una luce, un riflettore sulle attività di AI per l'education e per Media and Games che secondo l'Organizing Committee e lo Steering Committee erano promettenti aree di applicazione per l'AI. Tutti i workshop, tranne quello Nvidia, che come vi ho appena detto è un workshop speciale, hanno avuto almeno 3 chair accademici, più quello che abbiamo chiamato un industry link, 1 o più, il cui scopo era di essere un po' da punto di contatto referente verso le aziende del settore applicativo di riferimento. La submission deadline era programmata per metà marzo, come è ottima tradizione in tutte le conferenze scientifiche abbiamo dato un'estensione e le acceptance notification sono partite verso metà aprile. Tutti i contributi accettati nei workshop dei 2 giorni di Italia 2023 sono disponibili pubblicamente sul sito della conferenza. Questi contributi sono stati presentati sotto forma di talk o poster e alcune presentazioni sono anche state caricate sul sito della conferenza, quindi se vi siete persi qualche intervento lo volete recuperare, andate a controllare sul sito perché probabilmente ci troverete la presentazione. Per la prima volta a Italia 2023 abbiamo dato anche l'opportunità agli autori di scegliere di pubblicare i loro lavori come proceedings di CEUR, che è indicizzato da Scopus. Il requirement perché questo fosse possibile era che il paper doveva essere scritto in inglese ed è più lungo di 5 pagine. Allora, diamo brevemente alcune statistiche e poi partiamo con la carrellata di risultati e sfide per il futuro. Allora, i top 3 workshop di Italia 2020, Luro di tamburi, AI per l'industria, medicina, salute e pubblica amministrazione. Questi sono i workshop che hanno attratto più sottomissioni, con menzione d'onore per AI responsabile affidabile e AI per la sostenibilità, che sono stati dei competitor piuttosto sfidanti per i primi 3. In termini di regioni abbiamo una buona copertura geografica, ci manca Val d'Aosta e Molise, quindi se c'è qualcuno... Non esiste regione, Salvo. Val d'Aosta, allora, se il prossimo anno ci mandate qualche lavoro siamo contenti. Allora, come abbiamo generato il summary?
Per quest'anno non abbiamo usato ChatGPT, ma per il prossimo anno ci organizziamo. Abbiamo chiesto a tutti i workshop organizers di dirci dove siamo adesso e dove stiamo andando. Quindi di cosa si è parlato al workshop, quali sono le sfide per il futuro. E quindi speriamo che nelle prossime slide troviate una fotografia utile per lo stato delle AI in Italia e per quali sono le sfide che ci aspettano negli anni a venire. Continuo io per il primo, giusto?
Sì.
Ok. Poi ci alterniamo così la facciamo un po' più dinamica. Allora, il primo workshop è in rigoroso ordine alfabetico inglese, AI for Cyber Security. I chair sono Annalisa Appice dell'Università di Bari, Giorgia Cinto dell'Università di Cagliari e Maurizio Tesconi del CNR IT, con Stefano Pampaloni che ha fatto da Industry Link, Stefano Pampaloni di SICAM. 11 paper sono stati accettati a questo workshop, paper che vengono sia dall'accademia che dall'industria. Topic i soliti noti come deep learning, ma altri approcci che sono più specifici dell'ambito della cyber security come tecniche per biometric authentication e approcci multimodali che sono promettenti in questo tipo di applicazioni. Problemi pratici che sono stati affrontati, abbiamo evidenziato, selezionato in particolare 2 applicazioni perché se ne è parlato anche tanto durante questa giornata plenaria. Per esempio l'identificazione di contenuti manipolati e sulla stessa riga, ma probabilmente l'altra faccia della medaglia, è come andare a controllare, evitare l'information disorder, in particolare su social media. Il workshop ha ospitato anche un talk dell'Industry Link di SICOM che ha illustrato il ruolo di SICOM nel fostering l'innovation and collaboration nell'ambito della cyber security. Nota che ci hanno lasciato i chair dei workshop, tutti i paper sono associati con delle iniziative europee o legate al PNRR e questo ci fa molto piacere. Sfide per il futuro. Allora, una cosa che tornerà spesso nei workshop successivi, la necessità di creare dei dataset pubblici di alta qualità. Questa è una cosa che si ripeterà e che poi metteremo insomma, alla fine in risalto come direzione in cui c'è molto da lavorare per tutti i campi applicativi. Poi ovviamente per la cyber security un problema molto sentito è quello della robustness dei modelli di AI e anche dei problemi di come migliorare la trasparenza e la trustworthiness dei result. Future Research Directions, così come le hanno identificate i chair del workshop, sviluppare dei metodi non supervisionati per rilevare nuove minacce oppure minacce del tutto sconosciute e questo è in particolare un problema che è molto rilevante per la cyber security perché mentre in altri domini va bene guardare i dataset esistenti o cose che già conosciamo, in realtà nella cyber security abbiamo l'attacker che programmaticamente vuole evadere quello che già è lo status quo. Quindi questa è una sfida che per la cyber security è molto importante. E l'altro punto già menzionato è come identificare i contenuti che sono stati generati dalle AI. Sappiamo che Dino e Alistair Knott insomma, ci stanno lavorando e quindi questa è una buona notizia per la cyber security, nonché per tutti noi.
Facciamo uno scambio di speaker per ogni workshop. AI for Education, quindi Allegra De Filippo, Pietro Ducange, giusto? Sì. Emanuel Gentile. Diciamo, qui in questo caso abbiamo un po' di... la discussione è andata soprattutto sul come organizzare i contenuti di Artificial Intelligence per l'educazione sostanzialmente. In particolare, vado all'altra slide che mi sembra più interessante, identificare quali sono poi gli ostacoli per l'adozione di un curriculum in AI all'interno dei percorsi di educazione stessa. E principalmente diciamo, i CERI identificano queste 3 problematiche sostanzialmente. Principalmente la scuola ha dei programmi monolitici, vengono da lontano, sono abbastanza duri da essere scalfiti e quindi provare a trovare diverse strategie che ora vi faccio vedere poi nella slide successiva per inserire appunto le AI all'interno dei curriculum degli studenti. In particolare, diciamo, ora gli approcci che loro suggerivano si basavano sostanzialmente su queste 3 strategie, cioè la prima è quella di creare una nuova disciplina, una nuova materia, e quindi serve ad espandere un pochettino i programmi offerti, oppure trovare, come dire, una sorta di spazio, una nicchia all'interno di materie magari affini e già esistenti in qualche modo. E l'ultimo, ma in realtà forse interpretiamo il colore verde come diciamo, la soluzione preferita poi dei CER finali, è quella di avere un approccio trasversale multidisciplinare all'intelligenza artificiale. L'abbiamo visto anche stamattina anche nei panel, difatti abbraccia diversi domini, abbraccia diversi settori scientifici e disciplinari e quindi probabilmente può ricadere sotto diversi tipi di profilo.
Terzo workshop, AI for Finance and Commerce. I chair sono Nicola Gatti del Politecnico di Milano, Fabrizio Lillo della Scuola Normale Superiore di Pisa e Angelo Porrello dell'Università di Modena e Reggio Emilia. 9 paper sono stati accettati per questo workshop, provenienti sia da università che da aziende. Università come la Federico II di Napoli, l'Università dell'Insubria, Modena, Reggio Emilia, Roma, Aquila, Macerata, Politecnica delle Marche. E interessanti anche i player non accademici, che sono molto rilevanti ovviamente per questo settore, come Abilab, che fa ricerca e innovazione per il settore bancario, Crystal.AI, che fa AI Powered Solution per Investment Professionals, e Action.AI, che è sempre specifica dell'area fintech, nonché Prometia e Digitiamo, che sono più broad scope. Le applicazioni più popolari, secondo i chair del workshop Finance and Commerce, sono l'utilizzo praticamente di AI Machine Learning per fare discovery e forecast di trend nei stock market, oppure trend su prezzi delle case, o addirittura predire i trend della moda attraverso social media. E importante per Finance and Commerce, ma anche per tutti noi, Credit Risk Prediction. Da un punto di vista metodologico, invece, viene rilevata la necessità di definire dei benchmark che siano più fair per la valutazione dei protocolli e delle metriche concordate di riferimento. Anche in questo workshop si è parlato si è posto il problema di come sfruttare i large language models per applicazioni di fintech, sfruttare nuovi paradigmi di learning come l'online learning e explainable AI, che ovviamente anche in questo dominio applicativo è fondamentale. Basti pensare al credit risk prediction, quindi è importante saper spiegare questo tipo di previsioni.
AI for Health, Chiara Ghidini, FBK, Carlo Sansone, Università degli Studi di Napoli, Federico II, e Alessio Micheli dell'Università di Pisa. Molti dei topic che sono emersi in realtà richiamano un po' le discussioni che avevamo fatto nella sessione precedente, e quindi diciamo un ampio uso di AI, in particolare per quanto riguarda l'interpretazione e l'analisi di immagini mediche, tecniche basate su generative AI, explainable AI e sintesi di linguaggio naturale per fornire suggerimenti al personale medico, e anche metodi assistiti dall'AI per quanto riguarda la somministrazione di cure per i singoli pazienti. Di nuovo, per quanto riguarda le challenge, di nuovo un tema che si sottolineava prima e viene di nuovo ribadito all'interno di questo workshop: il fatto di avere dati disponibili per tutti, per cercare di avere una base su cui lavorare, in cui fare improvement della qualità dei modelli che poi vengono sviluppati. E in ambito health c'è anche tutta la problematica di provare a mantenere protetti i dati sensibili, magari l'uso di federated learning come una possibile soluzione a questo tipo di problemi. Le altre due challenge che vedete in alto riguardano principalmente lo sviluppo appunto di un approccio molto interdisciplinare. Veniva menzionato anche prima nell'esempio dell'ospedale San Raffaele di avere all'interno dello stesso team esperti in AI, in data science, in discipline mediche, in imaging e tutto quello che è presente all'interno di un team appunto multidisciplinare, e soprattutto anche provare a sperimentare diversi modelli di interazione con diversi tipi di utilizzatori, non volevo dire utenti, di utilizzatori dei modelli di AI.
Il prossimo workshop è AI for Industry. I chair sono Giovanni Maria Farinella dell'Università di Catania, Tommaso Cucinotta della Scuola Superiore Sant'Anna e Marcello Cornia di Università di Modena e Reggio Emilia. Questo workshop ha avuto molte sottomissioni, come dicevamo prima, 26 paper accettati, con in totale 139 autori che vengono sia dal mondo dell'accademia che dall'industria che dalle spin-off. Principali argomenti trattati da questi paper: anomaly detection per scenari industriali, object recognition and detection, in particolare, per esempio, interessante e molto curioso il rilevamento delle groceries, dei prodotti di verdure sugli scaffali, l'utilizzo dell'NLP, Natural Language Processing, per l'industria, e l'analisi di human action, per esempio people tracking system for surveillance, ma anche l'utilizzo di dispositivi wearable per assistere le persone sui luoghi di lavoro. Ancora una volta, tra i problemi del dominio c'è il bisogno, la mancanza quindi di dati di alta qualità etichettati, e viene messa in risalto anche la difficoltà di allocare risorse sia per l'accademia che per l'industria, per poi effettivamente andare a raccogliere questi dati. Un aspetto molto interessante, che poi si lega anche al workshop sulla sostenibilità, se vogliamo, è quello della crescente complessità dei modelli di AI, che rende poi molto difficile metterli in fase operativa all'interno delle aziende. Quindi modelli sempre più grandi con costi computazionali proibitivi, e quindi poi arrivare a un effettivo deployment di questi tool è piuttosto sfidante per le aziende quantomeno italiane. Quindi, come possiamo andare avanti per risolvere queste sfide? Una possibile soluzione alla mancanza di dati è quella di andare a utilizzare dati sintetici, oppure utilizzare delle piattaforme simulative. In alcune presentazioni abbiamo visto anche l'utilizzo di videogame per sopperire a questa mancanza. Oppure, se abbiamo pochi dati, possiamo utilizzare degli approcci di learning che usano meno dati, quindi i CERCI parlano di few shot o one shot learning. E ancora una volta si va a toccare il tema dei large language models, perché effettivamente sono dei tool che presentano delle opportunità che fino a poco tempo fa non sembravano alla portata, e quindi la sfida sarà capire come queste opportunità possono essere colte nel dominio applicativo industriale.
Una nuova entrata quest'anno è AI Media and Games, i cui chair erano Lorenzo Baraldi dell'Università di Modena e Reggio Emilia, Daniela Giorgi, ISTI CNR, e Elisa Ricci, Università di Trento. Ok, un newcomer, ma comunque un buon numero di sottomissioni, tante persone, infatti l'aula C29 era molto affollata contributi che di fatti spaziavano su diversi tipi di dominio, appunto audio, immagini, video, modelli 3D e così via, e soprattutto su diversi tipi di applicazione. I chair ne sottolineiamo soltanto alcune, appunto su sorveglianza, moda, extended reality, deepfake detection. Per quanto riguarda di nuovo le challenge, nuovamente dati su cui fare apprendimento, quindi dati di qualità con un'annotazione fatta in maniera corretta e completa, e avere anche delle metriche di valutazioni che siano affidabili, soprattutto per quanto riguarda il testo che viene generato in maniera automatica. E comunque, appunto, questo è un tipo di approccio molto in evoluzione, che quindi richiede di mantenere un po' alta l'attenzione ai nuovi trend che appaiono. Non faccio in tempo a leggere la vignetta.
Volete
la
la vignetta?
carichiamo sul sito e poi andate a vedere.
We computers finally beat you humans at Go. Yep. Sucks for you. And then, let me look at it. What's next? Which quintessentially human thing should we learn to do better than you? The human says, being too cool to care about stuff. And the AI says, okay, I'll apply 1,000 years of CPU time to the initial blah, blah, blah. And the human says, sounds like you've already lost. And the AI says, damn, this is too hard. And the human, is it? I never noticed.
L'anno prossimo lo facciamo a due voci.
Sì.
Ci avevamo pensato.
Non cambia.
Ma perché? Se fossimo... Vai.
Un altro workshop molto popolare, abbiamo visto delle interessanti discussioni e una grande partecipazione, è quello di AI per la pubblica amministrazione, i cui chair sono Aldo Gangemi del CNR, Maurizio Lenzerini dell'Università di Roma Sapienza, Paolo Meriardo dell'Università degli Studi Roma 3 e Carlo Marchetti del Senato della Repubblica. Sono stati presentati 22 lavori, 18 dalle università, 6 da research center, 7 da istituzioni pubbliche e 8 da companies and practitioners. E questi lavori erano un po' all'intersezione di social science e computer science. C'è stata un'ampia partecipazione da parte di pubbliche amministrazioni locali, la Camera dei Deputati, il Senato della Repubblica e anche la Commissione europea. Temi principali, information extraction, decision support systems con aspetti di explainability e conversational agents e ovviamente processi e regulations. Sfide per il futuro, la definizione di progetti concreti basati su soluzioni AI, in particolare per l'AI l'APA del territorio, instaurare una discussione ampia sugli aspetti etici legati all'explainability e alla fairness, i rischi e le opportunità di large language models, ancora una volta ovviamente, e poi il workshop ha ospitato un talk su come rendere how to make the public sector a trailblazer for using AI di Luca Tangi della Commissione europea.
Responsible Trustworthy AI, i cui chair erano Roberta Caligari dell'Università di Bologna, Anna Monreale dell'Università di Pisa, Francesca Pratesi di ISTI CNR e l'Industrial Link era Daniele Regoli di Intesa San Paolo. La Monreale, allora, chi vi parla è autorizzato a far vedere questa slide con il diagramma a ciambella. Comunque, questa la capiscono in pochissimi, solo io e Anna Monreale, scusate l'uso privato del mezzo pubblico. In realtà lo faccio perché stiamo andando troppo veloci, dobbiamo rallentare perché... No, non spiego il motivo, venite a lezione al corso di Data Science se volete sapere perché era più appropriato utilizzare un bar chart, come hanno fatto correttamente i chair di questa sessione. Dai, torniamo seri. Allora, esattamente. Anna, però l'altra la fai tu. Un problema ciascuno. Ok.
Ma è un altro workshop, non colpa nostra.
Ma è un workshop collegato in qualche modo. Via. Allora, sulla parte, diciamo, sono stati 2 giorni intensi, quello di Trustworthy e responsible AI perché sono abbracciate diversi tipi di domini e tipi di dati, health, social network, deepfake, vision, security, finance e diciamo in tutti in realtà appunto emergevano molti dei temi etici e diciamo di responsible AI su cui poi abbiamo discusso anche stamattina, quindi qual è il modo corretto di fornire suggerimenti o supporto alle decisioni in alcuni domini con quale tipo di garanzie o 4-5 virgolette certificazioni per questo tipo di modelli e soprattutto come fornire spiegazioni o diciamo come instradare l'explainable AI in modo tale da dare spiegazioni che siano effettivamente diciamo, comprensibili o che abbiano un significato, siano azionabili diciamo così, poi da chi le riceve. E soprattutto appunto questo viene segnalato questa mancanza di strumenti o comunque ancora una proposta molto acerba di strumenti per fare assessing e capire dove la responsabilità della macchina e di chi prende la decisione finale poi si interfacciano le une con gli altri. Ma si ritornerebbe alla prima sessione di stamattina.
Il prossimo workshop è AI per la sostenibilità, i cui chair sono Michela Milano dell'Università di Bologna, Roberto Pellungrini della Scuola Superiore Sant'Anna Pisa e Marco Polignano dell'Università di Bari. Per la gioia di Anna abbiamo un altro grafico molto apprezzato. Allora, il workshop ha avuto 19 sottomissioni accettate, il focus principale è stato sul monitoraggio e possibilmente la risoluzione di problemi ambientali, con il 40% dei lavori che sono concentrati su aspetti di image processing e in alcuni casi c'è stata l'unione di aspetti puramente software, quindi legati alle AI, con droni e robot, quindi per intervenire nell'ambiente. Per quanto riguarda le sfide identificate dai chair del workshop, abbiamo l'Artificial Intelligence per Sustainable Business Processes, Social, Environmental, Ethical and Sustainable AI, Frontiers in Symbiotic AI, quindi come unire l'AI e gli umani in una simbiosi efficace, e poi aspetti di Resource Efficient Models and Processes, quindi ancora una volta un aspetto che ritorna e si ripete nei workshop di Italia 2023.
Infine questo era il workshop che annunciavamo all'inizio, era leggermente diverso perché di fatti era più rivolto a mostrare, diciamo, chaired da Giuseppe Fiameni di Nvidia e Andrea Pilzer, I think, sì, sempre di Nvidia, in cui diciamo, sostanzialmente hanno presentato un po' le soluzioni di cooperazione, mettiamola così, tra il Laboratorio CINI, il Cineca e Nvidia per avere macchine che siano, fornire hardware e piattaforme che siano scalabili e che permettano al mondo della ricerca magari di provare a far avanzare anche le soluzioni state of the art che esistono all'interno diciamo, dell'offerta di Nvidia stessa. Attività di collaborazione che va avanti da 3 anni ormai e principalmente poi diciamo, deployed all'interno poi dei laboratori di Cineca. E all'interno del workshop poi è stato anche presentato un tutorial sull'uso e sul deploying di modelli large scale. Questa era la doppiona? Ok. Ok, quindi insomma la collaborazione come vedete era più che altro di cross fertilization tra fornitura di strumenti hardware sempre più performanti e problemi challenging che vengono proposti poi dal laboratorio CINI e poi deployed all'interno dei laboratori del Cineca. A conclusione,
chiediamo in regia se andiamo avanti. Facciamo le conclusioni, ormai va bene? Ok.
Ok. Vai. Allora, un po' delle conclusioni, non so se vogliamo fare un pezzetto di questo, non l'avevamo provata, però un po', diciamo, un po' dei temi li abbiamo già un po' parlato prima, quindi sostanzialmente è come non essere d'accordo sul fatto di avere dati di qualità. Aggiungiamo anche che siano fair, nel senso che no, per rispetto al panel e alla discussione che si faceva stamattina, almeno per alcuni domini per cui sono più identificabili. Continuiamo. Poi sembra fare il riassunto di tutta la giornata sui rischi e le opportunità dei large language models, perché ovviamente vengono visti da un lato come un'opportunità, diciamo, abbiamo un canale, un'interfaccia nuova, dall'altro diciamo, il misuse che poi può essere applicato a questo tipo di modelli. Altro grosso problema è appunto le risorse necessarie per far andare, per fare il training, per fare il deploying e per mettere a servizio questi modelli così grandi. Cioè Fosca ci sta mettendo un po' di pressione, e soprattutto la parte di explainable e trustworthiness, che al di là del fatto di raccogliere tanti contributi e tanta attenzione è ancora. Anzi, ieri si discuteva sul fatto che l'explainable AI fosse morta oppure no, però diciamo, è ancora presenta ancora molti problemi aperti da risolvere, soprattutto per quanto riguarda tutta la parte di interfaccia poi verso l'umano, e quindi come ridurre la complessità di un modello poi a qualcosa che sia afferrabile dall'utilizzatore finale. E infine tutta la parte di decentralizzazione e federation, che abbiamo visto come soluzione indicata e come punto topic da esplorare per diversi workshop, sia in ambito privacy preserving, ma soprattutto anche per provare a invogliare, ecco, i singoli contributor di dati a fornirli in una maniera che sia quanto più sensitive, protettiva. Basta, mi fanno così, dobbiamo chiudere. Ti lascio la chiave. Aspetta. Vai.
Solo una parola per ringraziare infinitamente tutti i workshop chairs, perché li abbiamo annoiati di email per settimane, ci hanno sempre risposto, quindi grazie a tutti, e grazie anche a tutto l'organizing committee per l'aiuto.
Ciao.
Allora, senza perdere molto tempo, con grande piacere introduco l'onorevole Brando Benifei, che è il relatore per quanto riguarda gli ultimi emendamenti sull'AI Act. Forse ricorderà che a un certo punto del processo io stesso mandai qualche commento, ma ormai molto tempo fa. Devo dire che i cambiamenti sono significativi, non voglio sicuramente anticipare nulla, però dal nostro punto di vista il fatto che si parli questa volta di sistemi di AI e non di regolamentazione dell'AI come disciplina scientifica mi sembra un grosso passo avanti. Detto questo, gli cedo la parola e lo ringrazio ancora per la sua presenza qui da noi in questo evento del Laboratorio Artificiale Intelligence and Intelligence Systems del CINI. Grazie di nuovo.
No, grazie a voi, e mi spiace se potrò stare poco e sono arrivato, ho ascoltato in realtà il riassunto dei workshop, ma appunto sono un po' di corsa perché oggi è una giornata di aula plenaria, di voto al Parlamento europeo, e non è quindi agevolissimo partecipare a questi incontri, però ne stiamo facendo, devo dire, moltissimi in questi giorni. Anch'io ne ho avuti altri in realtà poche ore fa con l'Università di Oxford, con l'Internet Institute, e appunto mondo accademico, realtà di centri studi o comunque anche della società civile si sono molto impegnati, mobilitati in precedenza, come veniva ricordato, ma anche in queste ultime settimane in cui il lavoro è andato su diciamo, una fase conclusiva di una delle fasi, cioè stiamo concludendo il lavoro dentro il Parlamento europeo, il regolamento verrà approvato la prossima settimana in sede di seduta plenaria anzi scusate, non la settimana prossima, quella dopo, quindi fra 2 settimane verrà votato in seduta plenaria e diventerà quindi quello il testo finale del Parlamento europeo, che andrà poi negoziato con gli Stati membri che hanno un loro testo, tra l'altro già approvato a dicembre, con cui ci confronteremo, e da questo confronto uscirà poi il testo finale del regolamento, che sarà un unico testo definitivo. Un tema peraltro di discussione è quali tempi ci diamo per l'entrata in vigore del regolamento, in quanto oggi la gran parte della sua messa in funzione richiederà circa 2 anni, forse sono tempi un po' lunghi pensando ad alcuni sistemi almeno, quindi stiamo pensando di fare anche su questo qualche modifica. Così come devo dirvi, gli Stati membri che hanno concluso a dicembre sul tema dei General Purpose AI, dei Foundation Models, della Generative AI, fanno poco e nulla e si sono un po' in qualche modo anche già appoggiati all'idea di lavorare sulla base dei testi che noi abbiamo fatto dal lato del Parlamento. Giusto per chiarire bene il mio ruolo, io sono il correlatore generale del Parlamento europeo insieme a un altro collega che data l'ampiezza del regolamento si è deciso di assegnarlo a 2 commissioni parlamentari e quindi siamo 2 relatori generali che lavorano insieme, devo dire anche bene. Io sono del gruppo dei socialisti e democratici faccio parte della Commissione Mercato Interno e Protezione dei Consumatori. Il collega che fa parte del gruppo Renew Europe liberale è rumeno, invece non è italiano, eletto dalla Romania ed è nella Commissione Libertà Civili e Giustizia. Infatti devo dire che poi questo regolamento, che nasce come regolamento di mercato interno, ha indubbiamente dei importanti aspetti relativi ai diritti fondamentali e quindi questo lavoro sinergico devo dire che è stato utile per il lavoro parlamentare. Abbiamo dovuto ridurre poi a compromessi comuni più di 3.000 emendamenti, è stato un lavoro lungo infatti. Adesso siamo, come dicevo, nella fase conclusiva. Cosa abbiamo cambiato? Beh, abbiamo mantenuto l'impianto del regolamento come basato su una scala di rischio e quindi vanno a essere identificati diversi livelli di rischiosità dei sistemi, o meglio degli usi dei sistemi, e su questa base viene stabilito quale tipo di regolazione deve essere fatta. Che cosa abbiamo? Io do per scontato che conosciate ovviamente l'AI Act e quindi vado proprio veloce su questi aspetti, mi concentro magari su quello che sono state appunto le modifiche che il Parlamento europeo ha portato avanti, anche la ratio. Noi abbiamo espanso i divieti, quindi i rischi inaccettabili, la quarta categoria di rischio della piramide del rischio che abbiamo nel regolamento, da rischio minimo a rischio limitato, che ha solo qualche obbligo di trasparenza, tipo chatbot tradizionali, alto rischio, che è il cuore del regolamento, quindi si mettono regole sui dati, sulla human oversight, sulle caratteristiche tecniche per poter essere certificati e entrare nel mercato europeo. E poi il rischio inaccettabile. Dicevo che sul fronte del rischio inaccettabile, quindi dei divieti, abbiamo allargato un po'. Abbiamo inserito ad esempio il divieto di sistemi di riconoscimento emotivo nell'ambito del mondo del lavoro, dei luoghi di lavoro, scusate, nell'ambito della scuola, non vietandolo ad esempio nell'ambito della salute e delle applicazioni mediche, che sono invece molto interessanti, mentre nel caso del workplace delle scuole riteniamo siano per lo più invece mezzi che lederebbero la dignità delle persone, oltre che funzionare male, ma anche funzionassero bene, sono 2 questioni diverse, riteniamo non dovrebbero essere utilizzati. Abbiamo vietato la polizia predittiva, abbiamo vietato in maniera più stringente le telecamere a riconoscimento biometrico, quindi l'identificazione biometrica negli spazi pubblici. Sono temi questi dei divieti su cui siamo certi che con gli Stati membri avremo da discutere parecchio, così come devo dire che abbiamo rafforzato con la scelta di regolare anche i foundation models e l'AI generativa le responsabilità per i grandi sviluppatori. Noi cerchiamo con questo regolamento di evitare che attraverso meccanismi di cessione contrattuale le imprese utilizzatrici, le pubbliche amministrazioni si carichino tutti i rischi dell'uso dell'intelligenza artificiale e gli sviluppatori non se ne facciano carico in alcun modo, anche per uno squilibrio di potere. Questo è uno degli obiettivi di fondo del regolamento ed è evidente, non va visto come mi capita di sentire dire quando sono stato, andrò anche la prossima settimana negli Stati Uniti, che è una cosa protezionista contro i produttori americani. Anche sul DSA abbiamo sentito le stesse cose, sul Digital Services Act. Non è questo, è il fatto che si vuole creare un equilibrio di responsabilità che riguarda tutti gli sviluppatori, appunto utilizzatori intermedi e utenti finali. E dunque noi andiamo a inserire invece, per quanto riguarda gli utilizzatori, un cosiddetto impact assessment per i diritti fondamentali. Vogliamo fare una verifica concreta, vicina alle persone, non solo quindi la certificazione iniziale dello sviluppatore, sull'impatto concreto sui diritti fondamentali. Ovviamente è un impact assessment molto più limitato che una certificazione completa, ma che costringerà, diciamo nel caso di utilizzo di sistemi ad alto rischio anche nella pubblica amministrazione, ad esempio, anzi sono realista, nel negoziato penso che con gli Stati membri alla fine probabilmente ci costringeranno a togliere i privati da questo obbligo, magari mantenerlo per le pubbliche amministrazioni. È un modo per far sì che ci sia anche una verifica di impatto più concreta, diretta, da parte di chi poi lo utilizza, attraverso una procedura di coinvolgimento anche degli stakeholders locali e di identificazione dei rischi. Noi, lo vedete leggendo il regolamento, identifichiamo appunto degli ambiti di rischiosità potenziale, tornando all'alto rischio, che è un po' il cuore del regolamento, e poi mettiamo un filtro. L'articolo 6 indica sostanzialmente la necessità di individuare un rischio significativo per salute, sicurezza e diritti fondamentali come trigger per far scattare la necessità della procedura di certificazione per poter entrare nel mercato europeo. Ovviamente sarà una sfida importante la governance e l'enforcement, cioè come andiamo a strutturare il ruolo delle autorità nazionali di supervisione, anche il ruolo dell'AI Office. Noi rafforziamo questa struttura europea, non si chiamerà più board ma office, e avrà personalità giuridica e alcuni poteri in più, non poi più di tanto in più di quello che era nel regolamento, perché comunque c'è anche una forte pressione anche da settori dentro il Parlamento europeo di mantenere forte il potere delle autorità regolatorie nazionali, e quindi comunque sarà fondamentale la cooperazione delle autorità. Io immagino le autorità garanti di protezione dei dati, perché seppure non sono designate esplicitamente, sono quelle che probabilmente integrando con competenze sulla sorveglianza di mercato potrebbero essere quelle più adeguate per svolgere questo ruolo. Almeno io credo sia realistico pensare ciò. Diciamo altre questioni importanti che abbiamo portato avanti, citavo, abbiamo espanso nella lista dei settori ad alto rischio appunto la lista, abbiamo incluso l'ambito della crescita cognitiva e emotiva dei bambini, l'ambito della democrazia, l'ambito delle infrastrutture critiche. Abbiamo quindi inserito più categorie, ma come compromesso abbiamo anche messo il filtro della necessità di verificare il fatto che si tratti di un rischio significativo. Questo è un incrocio anche da un punto di vista del funzionamento, dell'interpretazione non così semplice, che forse andrà affinato nella negoziazione con gli Stati membri, ma è anche il frutto di un compromesso fra forze politiche diverse. Noi avremo una maggioranza abbastanza chiara a favore di questo regolamento, possiamo prevedere che va dai popolari ai liberali, ai socialisti, ai verdi. Abbiamo fatto un ampio accordo anche per essere forti nel negoziato con gli Stati membri. Concludo ricordando quello che citavo all'inizio, un po' le modifiche che vedono anche l'interesse degli Stati membri, che semplicemente quando hanno concluso a dicembre il loro esame del regolamento non hanno più di tanto portato avanti, che è quello sui modelli di fondazione e sui l'AI generativa. Noi mettiamo degli obblighi simili a quelli dell'alto rischio per i modelli di fondazione, fondazionali, foundation models, insomma, perché possano entrare nello spazio europeo, obblighi appunto sulla data governance, sulle caratteristiche tecniche, sulla riduzione e la mitigazione di rischi. Li mettiamo, seppure è una deroga al funzionamento del regolamento, perché il regolamento si basa sugli usi, si basa su regolare usi ad alto rischio o addirittura a rischio eccessivo e quindi da proibire. Il modello di fondazione noi lo andiamo a regolare ancora prima che venga utilizzato. È un'eccezione, se vogliamo, al funzionamento del regolamento, ma è legata alla potenza, alla grande significatività in qualche modo di questi sistemi, e quindi il fatto che noi vogliamo che già gli sviluppatori non scarichino solo su diciamo, chi poi li utilizza e li integra in altri sistemi, ma già diciamo, chi ha creato, facciamo un esempio, GPT-4 si debba mettere a fare determinate verifiche di compliance. E poi l'AI generativa, ad esempio ho citato GPT-4, citiamo ChatGPT, in questo caso, come vale per altri sistemi chiaramente, noi abbiamo messo alcuni obblighi di trasparenza rafforzata, cioè abbiamo indicato, al netto del fatto che se poi si va a utilizzare questi sistemi in ambiti identificati come alto rischio e c'è un alto rischio, un rischio significativo, diciamo concretamente verificato, scattano ovviamente gli altri obblighi previsti dal regolamento. Però in ogni caso, anche quando non si tratta di utilizzi che hanno una rischiosità significativa, abbiamo messo alcuni requisiti di trasparenza sostanzialmente, cioè è necessario che siano identificabili con un watermark, come si dice in gergo, i contenuti prodotti da intelligenza artificiale, quindi che non sono frutto di non sono realizzati da un essere umano. Abbiamo necessità di avere meccanismi di mitigazione dei rischi di produzione di contenuti illegali, abbiamo l'obbligo di andare a identificare in maniera chiara quelli che sono i deepfakes e allo stesso tempo chiediamo una elencazione sufficientemente esaustiva di quelli che sono i contenuti protetti da copyright utilizzati per allenare l'intelligenza artificiale. Ovviamente senza andare a mettere in discussione l'eccezione sul text and data mining, quelle che sono le norme oggi esistenti della normativa copyright, ma dando di fatto uno strumento in più per gli autori per poter andare a identificare eventuali violazioni a loro sfavore. Questo ambito io credo che andrà comunque lavorato per nulla su questo, avevano scritto qualche riga delegando alla Commissione europea, certamente questi aspetti ultimi di cui ho parlato andranno, io credo, parecchio rimaneggiati ancora, perché gli Stati membri qualcosa vorranno dire, insomma, quindi sicuramente dovremo discutere. Ecco, credo di avervi fatto una buona panoramica di quello che abbiamo fatto, è ovvio che posso concludere dicendo che lo sforzo di creare delle regole per imporsi in qualche modo nel dibattito globale, aprire dialogo, dibattito, costringere anche a spingere alcuni sistemi del resto del mondo verso una determinata direzione è un'ambizione che abbiamo, ma è chiaro che per essere competitivi su questi temi servono molte altre azioni, tra le quali certamente è necessario investire sulla formazione permanente, certamente su infrastrutture di calcolo e lasciatemi dire serve anche la volontà politica, cioè se l'Europa rimane frammentata e divisa come è oggi, perché oggi l'Europa non è unita, lo è solo molto parzialmente, credo che sia difficile competere con Cina e Stati Uniti nel momento in cui i loro sistemi lavorano in un contesto molto più integrato. Quindi io credo che uno sforzo che qui è tutto politico, è tutto ad altissimi livelli, di maggiore sforzo di integrazione europeo si interfaccia assai con i temi di cui abbiamo parlato oggi. Grazie, spero di aver dato qualche contributo utile.
Grazie veramente. non solo per questo quadro che è stato veramente sintetico ed esauriente, non poteva essere altrimenti, ma anche credo c'è il plauso di tutta la nostra comunità per tutto questo, diciamo, lavoro che state facendo in questa direzione, e devo dire che non credo di aver sentito in questi 2 giorni una voce diciamo contraria a questo processo di regolamentare l'intelligenza artificiale. Anzi, il dibattito è molto aperto anche da parte nostra, e di nuovo posso dire che come comunità scientifica siamo disponibili qualora ci fosse qualunque, diciamo, possibile contributo da parte nostra.
Grazie, arrivederci. Buon lavoro.
Grazie, arrivederci. Bene, allora mi trovo qui per caso, quasi, e ci dovrebbe essere la sessione conclusiva, però prima della sessione conclusiva l'ho già fatto, diciamo, con parole semplici ma sentite, e voglio rifarlo. Il ringraziamento a tutti coloro che hanno reso possibile questa edizione di Ital-IA, che ha sicuramente riportato, diciamo, dopo il Covid, questo evento a un evento di comunità, e quindi un evento, diciamo, che ci porta a stare insieme, a discutere insieme, a fare passi avanti sperabilmente nel nostro lavoro. Allora sono circondato da tutti coloro che vorrei ringraziare, e
ringraziamo anche il pubblico, questi che hanno stati
ecco, ovviamente l'ultima parola, ecco, non può essere la mia. Certamente ringraziamo anche tutti quelli che sono qui e tutti quelli che sono stati magari in ascolto tutt'oggi.
Posso dire una cosa prima? No, voglio fare un grazie speciale a Fabrizio Falchi, che veramente, non solo per il contributo scientifico, ma anche perché si è caricato davvero di tutta la difficoltà, la logistica di organizzare qua al CNR, a questo parallelismo così elevato che ha richiesto questo evento, davvero. Quindi,
e nonostante il disordine che creavamo noi.
Gli workshop chair, nonostante il disordine che creavano gli workshop chair. Sulla plenaria invece siamo stati bravi, perché plenaria tutti qui, nessun problema. Davvero grazie, e al prossimo anno. No? Non lo sappiamo, troppe cose in anticipo.
Candidatevi.
Esatto, candidatevi. Questo qui. Spegniamo. Esatto.